Good morning. My name is Rhonda Wright, and I would like to welcome everyone to today's meeting of the Historically Black Colleges and Universities and Minority Serving Institutions Advisory Council, also known as the HBCU MSI Advisory Council. The agency appreciates the time and diligent work of our HBCU MSI members in preparing for this meeting and for the forthcoming deliberations. Thank you for joining us from across the country, both virtually and in person. I also wish to thank our EPA colleagues for all of their efforts in preparing for this meeting. We have three very interesting presentations today. Now, let me say a few words about my role as the designated federal officer, also known as the DFO. As the DFO for this meeting, I serve as a liaison between HBCU MSI Advisory Council and the EPA. I am also responsible for ensuring all provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA, are met regarding the operations of the HBCU MSI Advisory Council. Regarding the meeting operations, our chairperson, Hilda Penix-Ragland, to my immediate left, will go over the agenda in detail soon. Given our full agenda both today, we aim to adhere to the schedule and ensure adequate time for the agency's presentations, public comments, and the HBCU MSI Advisory Council's thorough deliberations, of which we need each member's contribution and perspective to inform. Please be advised to exercise appropriate meeting decorum. Please mute your computer and/or phone when you're not speaking and pay particular attention to when your camera is turned on or off. These steps will avoid any background interference or disruptions. As a special note for all presenters, HBCU MSI members, and public commenters, please state your name and perspective you represent or organization each time you speak. This hybrid in-person and virtual meeting is being recorded. Presenters and HBCU MSI members, to comment or ask a question, please raise your hand signal if you are a virtual participant, and raise your name tent card if you are an in-person participant. Once you are done speaking, please take your virtual hand or name tent card down. You will notice that following three of the EPA's presentations, we have scheduled time for the HBCU MSI members to ask clarifying questions to the EPA presenters as needed. For the public comment session, according to FACA, we will maintain a public comment period, offering the public who have registered the opportunity to provide comments about the topics being considered before the HBCU MSI members today. For members of the public who requested time to make a public comment, your remarks need to be limited to 2 minutes. Due to time constraints with a full agenda, during the public comment period, the HBCU MSI members and the EPA will be in listening mode only and will not be able to answer questions directly. Now, I need to mention that the HBCU MSI meeting minutes per FACA, minutes of this meeting will be prepared. The minutes will include a description of the matters discussed and the conclusions reached by the HBCU MSI members. As DFO, I prepare the minutes and ensure they are certified by the meeting chair and vice chairs within 90 calendar days of this meeting. The minutes of this meeting will be made available through the HBCU MSI website. I will now do a roll call of the membership. Members, when you hear your name announced, please acknowledge your presence by stating here or present. I will start with those in person participating. Hilda Penix-Ragland, Chair.
Here.
Dr. Beverly Wright, Vice Chair. Here. Heather Himmenberger, Vice Chair. Aubrey Connor, Esquire. Angelina Adams. Reverend Dr. Darrell Ann Lefang.
Here.
Dr. Eric O'Rear.
Here.
Gail Bassett. Dr. Gerald Briggs, Dr. Melva Wallace, Dr. Mike Hoya Wynn,
Here.
Ray Shackelford,
Here.
Dr. Sharon Jones,
Here.
Dr. Van Newkirk.
Here.
Thank you. I will now turn my attention to our virtual participants. Dr. Lena Rodriguez,
Here.
Michael Johnson,
Here.
Phil Wilderstein.
Here.
Thank you. That concludes the member roll call, and this meeting is officially called to order. Now we will move, yes. Now we will move to opening remarks from EPA's Deputy Chief of Staff for Strategy, Policy, and Strategic Engagement, Rosemary Enabakari. Rosemary Enabakari serves as Deputy Chief of Staff for Strategy, Policy, and Strategic Engagement to the Administrator for the EPA, Administrator Regan. This is her second stint at the agency, having been at the EPA during the Obama-Biden administration, where she served as the Deputy Associate Administrator for Public Engagement and Environmental Education. Rosemary is a native of Jackson, Mississippi, and a proud HBCU graduate of Spelman College. I will now turn things over to Rosemary.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Rhonda. Really appreciate it and really excited to be here. I remember when this council was just a thought, and I went to the administrator and said, we should have a HBCU MSI council. And he was ecstatic about building this out. And we have such a phenomenal group of folks who are a part of this council. So thank you so much again for that introduction. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Again, really excited to be here. Really want to especially give thanks to Rhonda for her work to help pull today together, but also for presiding over today's meeting. I also want to thank the members of the public who will be joining us here today in person as well as online. I'm looking forward to the public comment section where we will hear your thoughts on how we do this really important work together. Thank you to our outstanding inaugural members of the council for your dedication and for your willingness to serve. We received so many highly competitive applicants for this council, and I'm confident that we have selected the right leaders in the room to provide us with equally remarkable recommendations today. And finally, I want to thank Administrator Michael Regan for his bold leadership for EPA's work on HBCUs and MSI work, and really serving as a tremendous example for the talent that these institutions develop. Under President Biden's leadership and under Administrator Regan's direction, EPA has taken some really strong steps forward in working with HBCUs and MSIs in this administration. Under the Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers program, otherwise known as the TICTACs, EPA is working with 16 organizations across the country to support MSIs and HBCUs and community-based organizations through trainings on matters such as how to write stronger federal grant proposals, how to comply with federal grant requirements, how to facilitate and build stronger partnerships and relationships with HBCUs, and the federal government. Also, through our Grant Makers program, we've partnered with schools like Texas Southern University and HBCU to provide accessible financial assistance to communities developing projects to address issues like climate resiliency, air pollution, and extreme heat. And we are really excited to bring on board a centralized person to house all of this HBCU work. I'm excited to announce that EPA will soon be announcing the name of the HBCU MSI liaison, which will serve in the administrator's office in a career position, which is a permanent position here at the agency to make sure this work is carried forward. And I just want to say, as a proud graduate of Spelman College myself, I know how critical this work is. I know how critical these institutions are, and I know how we need to invest and ensure that we're educating and inspiring our next generation of leaders, especially those in science, technology, engineering, and math. At EPA, our mission is to protect public health and the environment, and we know how important it is to ensure that these institutions have the support that they need to uplift these talented leaders as we work to carry along this work moving forward. MSIs and HBCUs are the places that harbor so much of this wonderful talent, and we want to make sure, again, that we continue to uplift those institutions in this work that we're doing, which is why this council was created. So to the 20 distinguished individuals on this council, we're excited to, again, work with you and to do this work. You guys have the experience, you represent various sectors, you come from various geographies, and you represent a broad range of minority serving institutions. We have people here today representing the Asian American and Native American groups, Pacific Islander groups, historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, and tribal colleges and universities. So I will stop there and make sure that we get this work going. I want to start by congratulating Ms. Hilda Penix Ragland for her willingness to serve as the chair of this council and for her leadership on this extraordinary work. I'd also like to highlight the vice chairs, Dr. Beverly Wright, Heather Himmelberger, and Saul Jimenez Sandoval, who unfortunately is not here, but is really going to be an important pillar in this work. So with that, I will now turn the floor over to Ms. Hilda Penix Ragland to begin our introductions. Thank you so much.
Let's thank Rosemary for all of her work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks for presenting this opportunity to us. A special thanks to each one of you for agreeing. We have a short time frame in terms of getting some tangible recommendations, and I am confident that this group will actually deliver and actually over-deliver. And more importantly, is execution of what we do. So I am Hilda Penix Ragland, serving as your chair. Quickly say that I am a proud graduate of an HBCU that happens to be the largest North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. I currently serve as a trustee there, and I am a past chair of the Board of Trustees. I'm also coming in from academia, from other areas in education. I served as chair for 15 years on the North Carolina Community Colleges Board, and we had 58 colleges. And then I've served on independent colleges. So I've gone from public, independent, community colleges. I just love education because I believe that's the root for all that we do. The other piece of me is that I'm 40 years, over 40 years in the energy sector. I've been in all facets: construction, maintenance, restoration of the power system. And so many different areas of the environment. And I've had environmental compliance. And I've seen the struggles of our communities. And most of those communities is where we as universities and colleges live and we reside. So it's important that we take our charge. And I would ask you to continue to look at the duties that were put forth by, actually by the EPA. And let's stay focused on them, let's deliver. So with that, I'm going to quickly go through the agenda. We're going to have introductions, of course, and each one of you get to bring your perspective. And then we're going to move, and we're going to be led by Ms. Wright here, who's going to lead us down to the left. We're going to just take a quick step out and actually come back in with our administrator. And then we'll have some, I will say we'll have a wonderful introduction followed by remarks. And this is inaugural. When I think about it, we're setting an example where we've never gone as an EPA organization. and for America. And then we're going to go through each topic. Several of you have volunteered, and I can't thank you enough for that. You are going to bring in your perspective for the 3 subjects that we've identified. And so we'll go through those. We'll take a short break for lunch. Remember to order your lunch if you have not done so. And then we're going to hear what EPA is doing. We're going to hear some presentations. And I would ask you to ask and probe for understanding as we go through the presentations. And then we get to work. We'll have an hour to really discuss the work group assignments. And to expedite things, I've already asked for the vice chairs. They've volunteered to chair the work groups, and then we'll move forward. The only thing I ask of you is to give 100% when you're asked to do something and to deliver. We accepted this charge, and I think we have an obligation and commitment to deliver. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to our wonderful Miss Rhonda Wright, who has led us this far.
Thank you, Hilda. Now we will proceed to introductions from the HBCU MSI Council membership. Members, when I call on you, you will have 2 minutes for your introductions. I ask that you please start by restating your full name, your title, where you're from, a bit about yourself and your professional experience and expertise that is relevant to the work of this council, as well as your perspective you were chosen to bring forward to this council's discussion. We will begin with those in the room, starting with our chair, Hilda Penix-Reagan.
Actually, you could move right forward. I've already given mine.
Sure.
Thank
Next, Dr. Beverly Wright.
Thank you, Rhonda, and thank you, Hilda. My name is Dr. Beverly Wright. I am the founding director of the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I am the co-chair of the HBCU Climate Change Consortium. So I come to this particular FACA with over 30 years of experience of working directly with government and working in this particular space, being an inaugural member of the NEJAC. That was the first FACA organized for environmental justice issues by EPA. And I just have to say that while it has been a fight for environmental justice and climate justice over 30 years, EPA, while it is the organization that we love to hate, but they have been the leader in involving communities in decision-making in a way that I have not seen in any other organization, except for maybe NIEHS to some degree. So my organization actually is the first ever environmental justice center. And we produced the first GIS map showing the comparison between toxics and race and income, which actually began laying the foundation for the definition of what an environmental justice community is. So I've been around a long time in that space, but this space is especially exciting for me. I am a proud HBCU graduate of Grambling State University. I'm so old that it was just Grambling College when I attended, and it somehow became a whole university. And I have started what I call, developed a model called Communiversity, which began on Xavier University's campus. And then it went to Dillard University's campus, and now a standalone, a nonprofit. But what we've done is found a way to work directly with communities, utilizing our researchers on our campus who have a lot in common with the communities that surround them. And we've ended up with real changes being made. I expect the same for this FACA. Our universities have been neglected for over 100 years, especially the state universities when it comes to disparities in the amount of monies that they're given, but also in terms of where they're located and the environmental pollution that surrounds many of our campuses. This is a chance for us to change the paradigm, to shift the paradigm in such a way that our universities are at the table in research, for example, giving large dollars that help develop our university professors and train our students. We have been on the short end of that stick for a very long time, looking forward to making recommendations of how this can change, and partnerships that have existed between universities, predominantly white universities and HBCUs, great disparities in the way dollars have been distributed. I'm looking forward to having some real suggestions about parity in this particular situation and in interacting with communities in an ethical, moral way as it relates to research. So there's a lot for us to do. Hope we have more time, but we're going to do the best that we can with the time that we have. And I thank you so much for inviting me to this fact.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Dr. Heather Himmelberger.
Hi, everybody. I'm Heather Himmelberger. I'm from the University of New Mexico. We're a Hispanic serving and a minority serving institution. And I'm also proud to say that a vast majority of our students are first generation college students, which I think is really exciting to bring the next generation in. I am the director of the Southwest Environmental Finance Center, which is a public service arm of the university. And we work all over the country in water and wastewater primarily, although we do other environmental services. I've been to all 50 states, all the 5 territories, the main 5 territories multiple times, and worked in the large cities. I've worked in the very, very small places, and I've seen environmental justice areas all over the country and understand the need to help those areas and to have a workforce that understands what those areas are like, what they need, and actually to work in those areas. And workforce is one big part of, I hope, what we can accomplish. And workforce in multiple ways. How can we fill a workforce into EPA and the regions and the headquarters? And how can we help build a workforce with maybe EPA's help that goes out into these rural places that can bring the next generation? I'm much closer to the end of my career than the beginning of my career, and I would love to do what I can to help that next generation, to inspire them to take on this work and do the really important things. I've also worked with all the EPA regions, all 10, and headquarters, so I feel like I can bring a decent understanding of how EPA functions and hope to share that as well. And I was previously on the Environmental Financial Advisory Board. So again, hope to bring some of that experience to the table, and I'm super excited to be with all of you. I think this is a great, great thing that EPA did, and I look forward to what we can accomplish together.
Thank you, Heather. Gail Bassett.
Good morning. I'm Gail Bassett, and I'm the Director of Economic Development and Strategic Engagement at Bowie State University, which I am a proud alum at Bowie State University. I too, when I was at Bowie, it was Bowie State College. So in my capacity at Bowie, I am the business development liaison between the university and external entities, fostering strategic partnerships and engagements with external entities, federal government, state government, industry, and academia to advance our strategic priorities in research and entrepreneurship and tech transfer. And so recently I have engaged in several projects in environmental justice and clean energy projects. And right now we have been awarded several grants from the Minority Energy Administration and Department of Energy. We are about to construct our first microgrid, and that's something that's pretty incredible for us. That's a 20-year engagement where we can save money, and obviously we can avoid all of the outages that happen on our campuses and extend that to the community. But I am, as a member of this council, I am very committed to advocating on the interests of HBCUs and to ensure that we play a pivotal part and role in the environmental policies and to promote environmental and economic justice initiatives, and mainly to enhance the workforce development opportunities for our students. And also, I will leverage my experience in business. I have over 30 years in business development and federal government contracting. So I will leverage this experience and successes to secure funding for these projects to advance our academic programs and to advance our community engaged research in those efforts, and to ensure that the funding is invested into the areas that have the highest impact. And lastly, I will help to provide strategies and tactics to build collaborative strategic partnerships, private-public partnerships, to not only help us to foster sustainable careers for our students and for the future leaders in environmental and sectors, but just to also to bring more funding and to bring more industry and partnerships so that they are aware on what our efforts are, and so that they can also be a part of this inclusive mission that we are embarked upon. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Gail. Aubrey Connor.
Good morning. My name is Aubrey Connor, she, her pronouns. I am the director for the Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the National NAACP, and I'm also faculty at UC Davis in the Environmental Policy and Management program. And I'm ecstatic about serving on this advisory council to share my insight as someone who's worked at a number of environmental justice and civil rights organizations. I was privileged shortly after law school to litigate cases and work in communities at an organization in Delano, California, which is in the Central Valley of the state. And working at the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment, which was founded by Luke Cole, who was a leader at framing out how lawyers work with organizers in this space, was critical to how I view my work and the importance of community-based organizations in achieving true change. And also, while working at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, I worked with our student clients on the Fisher v. Texas case, where we helped to lead a multi-generational, multidisciplinary demonstration outside the courthouse, as well as the legal strategy inside. I used both of those experiences when I moved to the ACLU Foundation of Northern California, where I litigated and led advocacy on behalf of communities in the education, environmental justice, and broader constitutional protection space in the Central Valley and in Northern California. I currently sit on the Board of Governors for the American Bar Association, as well as the Board of Trustee for Earth Justice, which are key partners in my work as the director for the Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the NAACP. And I see the work that we do at the NAACP as really being at the epicenter of how we look at environmental and climate justice work. Whereas the NAACP has been there since the beginning, fighting for safer water, air, and soil in communities. Back in the 1980s, when the community in Warren County said that they no longer wanted to be a sacrifice zone, the NAACP stood with them. Our former lead, Dr. Ben Chavis, helped to coin the term environmental racism, and the work that we do with our branches, our state conferences, and coalitions all across the country really highlight a key structure that I think is going to be important to this work, which is building power at the community level. We're not going to be able to fix all of this work individually, but together we can fight and we will win. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelina Adams.
Dagute. I am Angelina Adams, and as our cultural teachings, I would like to thank Ms. Meg McAllister, who is the Regional Director for Region 7 that I work closely with my tribal college. Miss Meg McCollister allowed our students to have an EPA representative in our career services area that worked from 8 to 5 on Thursdays to recruit and retain Indigenous students to the EPA, which we do have one of our high school graduates that works for Rafael De Leon here in this building. I am an enrolled member of the San Carlos Apache tribe located in San Carlos, Arizona. I was raised on the Fort Apache Indian Reservation located in the beautiful White Mountains. The land is 1.6 million acres of pristine outdoor lands that includes Mount Baldy that reaches 11,400 feet. The Apache people hold water, air, land, and fire as our most sacred resources. We as a people have shown great resilience and adaptation to climate change. I'm also a tribal college graduate. Like you, it was called Haskell Indian Junior College when I graduated. I graduated from Haskell and joined the United States Air Force, where I served faithfully and honorably for 10 years. While serving my beautiful country in defense of our motherland, I was stationed on the beautiful Gulf Coast at Keesler Air Force Base, Mississippi, where I was able to enjoy the beautiful outdoor living spaces. This Federal Advisory Council is very important to me as an Apache woman, as an Air Force veteran, and a tribal college graduate. In my world, I am at the most sacred part of my life. I am an elder and I am a grandmother. I am wise and have traditional knowledge that I am eager to share. Ashon.
Thank you.
Here's a quick reminder as we continue with introductions, no more than 2 minutes, please. Otherwise, I'll call you.
Dr. Sharon Jones.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. My name is Sharon Jones. My title is I'm the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of Washington's Bothell campus. Very important. It's the Bothell campus and not the Seattle campus. We're an Asian American Pacific Islander serving institution, and we serve the North Puget Sound region. And we primarily serve place-based students. So our students come from within a few miles of the campus, and when they graduate, they stay within a few miles of the campus. So they're very much part of the community, and we're very much part of the community. I also have a separate role. I've been a faculty member for almost 30 years in the area of engineering and public policy, and with a focus primarily on environmental issues, and for a lot of those years at the intersection of environmental justice. And so the perspectives that I'm bringing to the council today are those from, as I mentioned, a public regional university. You know, when you read the New York Times and you see universities mentioned, you hardly ever hear about public regional universities. It's that other group of universities that you hear about. But we're the universities that are actually educating the heart of America. We're in the rural parts of the country, we're in the suburban parts of the country, we're in the urban parts of the country. And our graduates are the ones who are staying in their communities and making a difference in those communities. So that's the perspective that I am bringing to this council, is from those students and those graduates. I think I'm also bringing the perspective of a faculty member who has thought about environmental and infrastructure issues in terms of sustainability for a long time and how they intersect with environmental justice. I'll just give an example really quickly that my current research project is looking at the smoke impacts from the increased number of wildfires in the Pacific Northwest to children under the age of 5. And I'm looking at it in terms of those communities in Seattle that are located in formerly redlined districts. And that project is a project where I've included undergraduate students across the years. That's the type of partnership that I think this advisory council will help to strengthen, is that partnership both in terms of the type of graduates that we put out into the workforce for EPA, and even if they're not going into EPA and the EPA workforce, the type of education that they get when they're undergraduates, they're bringing that back to their communities in terms of how to deal with climate resilience, sustainability, and environmental justice. And so I'm just so grateful to EPA for creating this council, and I look forward to the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ray Shackelford.
Good morning again. Ray Shackelford. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, currently bi-coastal between Houston and Harlem. I serve as the Vice President of Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives for the National Urban League. We are the second oldest and the largest civil rights organization in the country. We have more than 92 affiliates around the country. In terms of my perspective, I've been fortunate, one, to be a graduate of Morehouse College. So definitely want to extend some love to my Spelman sister sitting at the head of the table. But in addition to that, I have been blessed with the ability to mentor and invest in a number of different HBCUs and students. In my hometown, of course, when it comes to Texas Southern University, as well as Prairie View A&M University. But even recently, one of my responsibilities has been our nonpartisan Get Out the Vote campaign. And so I got a chance to go to campuses like Winston-Salem State, North Carolina A&T, Clark Atlanta University, of course, Spelman Morehouse, but basically traveling around the country to connect and educate our students. And I've also had the ability to do so at the high school level with our local urban league in Houston when it comes to educating them on the importance of the climate as well as environmental justice. Working with more than 10,000 young professionals as the immediate past national president for a young professional organization, being able to understand their perspectives, what's important to them when it comes to this matter and this issue. But also in my hometown, which is now the most diverse city in the country, getting exposed to so many different perspectives through my work in the community for now over, 16 years. It's definitely helped to enlighten me and enable me to be a better leader in this space, and I think contribute a lot of value to this council. One of the things that I'm proud I was able to do in working with our Harris County attorney, Christian Menifee, one, participating in the EPA's tour. I appreciate the administrator coming to Houston to highlight the importance of the cancer clusters there when it comes to Fifth Ward. That's where my stepmother's from. But also working with him to oppose the placement of concrete batch plants in communities of color, specifically Black and brown communities, because of the harmful nature of the particulate when it comes to creating different breathing issues, whether it's asthma or even long-term health issues that can be caused as a result. And I see my time is up. The last thing I'll say, my perspective as a father, I have a 9th grader, so definitely concerned about the future that we leave for her and our other young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Van Newkirk.
I'm Van Newkirk. I'm the president of Wilberforce University, formerly the president of Fisk University. I want to make one correction to what you have on the biography page. I attended 4 HBCUs, and the one that I have a degree from is the same as the chair. So that's where I'm most proud of. So it's not there, but I want to let you know. Now, if we go forward, I'm a historian, and my seminal work is in lynching. But as I worked on lynching stories, I found a lot of studies about Black communities being put in places that others didn't want to be. And as a president of a small college, small HBCU, we find that those communities have been those places have been the breeders of our communities today. So I get a lot of students who come out of those areas which have poor locations, sanitation locations, wind locations. For example, in Nashville, when I was president of Fisk, all of the African-American communities were in the north. And the reason they were in the north, because the smoke from the factories blew to the north. And that created problems for our students years later. And so what I'm seeing is I look at where the water and downflow of water is going into African-American communities. I get those students who come to our college. Many of those students have problems that exist because of the location of those communities. And I am interested in finding out how we could actually improve water resources for our communities. finding better places to actually put these things that are causing the environmental problems. That's important for me as a president and as a president of a small HBCU, because those students who come out of those low income areas, we have 87 to 90% of my students who are on Pell Grants. They come from those neighborhoods. So we have to find ways to improve the quality of living in those neighborhoods, because we don't know what kind of learning disabilities that those environmental contaminants cause. So that's why this is important for me. That's why I'm here. So I thank you for inviting me and giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Melva Wallace.
Good morning. I am Melva K. Wallace, and I am the president and CEO of Houston Tillotson University in Austin, Texas. I was thinking about why I'm here. And I thought to a 12-year-old girl in 1989, when I found out that I'm from Louisiana, which is Creole country. And my parents settled, and my family was settled in a community called Forest Grove in Homer, Louisiana. And in 1989, a chemical plant decided that our family community would be the site for their new plant. And at 12 years old, I remember helping my family to make T-shirts and picket signs and doing what I could to help protect 200 acres of land that my family owns, along with other members of the community. If you Google that story, you will see our family was integral in creating an organization called CANT, the Citizens Against Nuclear Trash. We didn't know what we were doing, but we fought the good fight. I continued my studies at an HBCU, Grambling State University, and in Louisiana, and continued on to Jackson State University, where I received my PhD. Fast forward 8 years later, in 1997, the Citizens Against Nuclear Trash won the war against the nuclear plant. To God be the glory for the things that he has done. I knew that the work of protecting lands was important, and I learned the term environmental racism. And so that began to settle with me. I fast forward now to sit as the president of an institution that has an environmental justice program at an HBCU. What a full circle moment. So I am thrilled. Houston Tillotson University is the top private HBCU in the state of Texas. Most recently, I was nominated as the most innovative president that, for 2025. That just means that I'm a bit crazy to do some things that are quite unique, and most times it is what people would say can't be done. So I am thrilled to be a part of this organization, an organization that I would imagine that at some point in time, Madam Deputy Chair, that someone might have said this couldn't be done, but yet you persisted. So I thank you all for the opportunity to share today, and I look forward to the contributions that this committee will put forth for our America. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Mike Hoyer-Wynn.
Good morning. My name is Mike Huang-Wei, and I'm an assistant professor of education at New York University, where I also serve as the principal investigator of the Minority Serving Institutions Data Project, which is a research and resource initiative that advances a greater understanding of MSIs and their unique contributions to post-secondary education. Additionally, I serve on the board of directors for Asian Pacific Americans in Higher Education. It's a national membership organization with over 2,700 members, including college presidents, senior administrators, faculty, staff, and students. APAHI is dedicated to enhancing the educational opportunities for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders in higher education, and is the only national association dedicated to supporting one of the federal government's most recently established MSI designations, Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander Serving Institutions, better known as ANAPISIs. In another life, I was a congressional staffer in my 20s and worked on multiple projects, including one that I'm really proud of. We're collaborating with EPA and many other federal, state, and local agencies to transform a former military installation and clean it up into making it a public park. So I'm honored to be with you all here today and work alongside my fellow advisory council members. I also like to thank the administrator for establishing this council to provide independent advice and recommendations to EPA on behalf of the MSI community. And of course, I want to express my gratitude to Rhonda, to Thorne, Jessica, Rosemary, and the entire EPA team for their hard work today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gerald Briggs.
Well, good morning. Again, my name is Gerald Briggs. I am the blessed 8th president of Mississippi Valley State University, affectionately known as the Valley. We are actually one of the youngest HBCUs founded in 1950, but I am a career higher education professional, spending my entire professional career working at colleges and universities, now almost 40 years, with 30 of those years spent on HBCU campuses. So I always tease our current students by saying, I started college at 17, and guess what? I never left. I've had a really blessed career. I am also a proud HBCU graduate of Xavier University there in New Orleans. So I am really excited about this opportunity to serve on this council and really looking forward to really communicating about how we can build and continue to grow our institutions. At Valley, we have an environmental health master's program. And really just connecting this agency with a program like that, understanding the importance of what that can mean for our current and future students. I think that this will be an outstanding opportunity for us to share. Again, I am a very passionate higher education person. I believe that education is what transforms lives, which means we transform communities and societies. So really having time to talk about what we can do for our future, but also understand the importance of our presence and really connecting those conversations, particularly with a program like ours, to really see how we can grow and really build that program with faculty involvement as well as student involvement. So I'm really excited about this opportunity and really look forward to the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Daryl Ann Lefang.
Grand Rising. My name is Reverend Dr. Daryl Ann Lifang. I serve as the Assistant Vice President of Institutional Support at the United Negro College Fund Institute for Capacity Building. I am responsible for designing and executing strategic supports for HBCUs and predominantly Black institutions in supporting and improving student outcomes. I am responsible for managing a grant portfolio exceeding $100 million, which has played a pivotal role in transforming education strategies and operational efficiencies at numerous HBCUs and PBIs. Discipline and hard work was developed in me through my time in the United States Air Force. I leveraged those qualities in my efforts in propelling institutions towards transformation. This role is important for several reasons to me. The first is that I have an opportunity to shape the future conversations of environmental protection in underserved communities. Secondly, we can open the door for students to have access to careers that might not be on their radar. And thirdly, this role helps me grow in this environmental landscape, pun intended, and determine how the institutions we serve can bridge any gaps in the space. It is an honor, and I'm humbled to be a part of this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Eric O'Rear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Eric O'Rear. I currently work as an associate director at Rhodium Group. It's an independent research firm. I work in the energy and climate practice area on the U.S. Energy team, where I lead a lot of the economic analysis associated with deploying what are called emerging clean technologies, which are those technologies deemed critical to decarbonizing the U.S. economy and the world at large. I am a native of Atlanta, Georgia, but I currently live in Greensboro, North Carolina. I've been there the last few years. I received my bachelor's degree from the #1 HBCU in the country, the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. And then after that, I went on to Purdue University, where I received my PhD in agricultural economics, specializing in energy and natural resource economics. Following graduate school, I went to work directly into the government, where I worked at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the Applied Economics Office, doing research related to building sustainability. I then went to work for the MITRE Corporation in Northern Virginia, doing a lot of economic analysis for a wide range of federal sponsors before I finally ended up at Rhodium Group, where I've been the last 3.5 years. The one thing that I've sort of learned in my 10 years, which is, a small amount of time, but in the 10 years I've been in sort of this professional space, is that climate change impacts everyone, every community, but it definitely impacts the Black and brown communities the worst, more than any other, right? And we also are aware that these communities are also the ones that receive the least amount of resources as it relates to like making them more resilient to the long-term impacts of climate change. And one thing I've had an interest in sort of really understanding why a lot of that is, and that has to do with people from these communities not necessarily having being the most versed in terms of the impacts of climate change, as well as these people from these communities are often not at the table when the decisions are being made about who gets the resources or what types of policies how policies are crafted that could impact their communities. And so I had ended up having a passion for trying to figure out what we could do to develop these type of leaders and sort of getting more students engaged in terms of doing work within the climate space. And so I took advantage of an opportunity in my current employer, where we expanded an existing climate policy fellowship program to Florida A&M University. And so as a part of that program, we're educating students about climate change and finding ways to create those pipelines to engage more of them within the climate space. And so I'm hoping to kind of continue that work as a part of this advisory council. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're almost done. We have 3 more council members that are joining us online. I will start with Phil Wallerstein.
Good morning. I'm Phil Weilerstein. I'm the president and CEO of VentureWell. Very pleased to be joining and honored to join the committee. I bring an experience as an environmental scientist, trained in environmental biology, and a serial entrepreneur who has founded a number of sustainability-focused businesses, and for the past 30 years have founded and led VentureWell, which is a national nonprofit that works to support and stimulate focus on innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education. We've been leading initiatives to expand access and provide an inclusive pathway to innovation in the sciences and engineering. And we've been working on several initiatives focused on both creating foundational knowledge and actionable capabilities in sustainability very broadly among students. We have a initiative called Engineering for One Planet, which has been created with hundreds of partners, including some HBCUs and MSIs, that enable understanding of key principles, tools, and processes for pursuing environmental sustainability as part of the professional preparation and work. Second, our work focuses very strongly on sustainability and inclusion. And we're bringing those principles to enable and empower and engage emerging innovators and entrepreneurs from across the higher education landscape, with a particular focus on engaging Black and Brown students and creating pathways for innovation in partnership with HBCUs and MSIs. And I hope that we can find opportunities to work not only with those who are represented on this august committee, but also across the nation. We have programming to provide support to emerging innovators and to help them move their ideas forward, both as an opportunity to learn the process of innovation and to take high impact ideas to scale. We've had hundreds and hundreds of success stories who have founded companies that have raised billions of dollars to support emerging innovations. And I hope that we can work closely to expand the activity and build new pathways for solving problems in the environmental space. Finally, I hope that we can leverage some of the work that we've been doing to improve access to research and contracts in the federal government. We've been applying some of the work that we've done to learn to navigate the pathways to scaling programs with federal funding and to acquiring relationships and connections to help launch new programming and activities. And we've been recently doing some workshops with MSIs and HBCUs under the auspices of DOE that we hope we can extend to the EPA environment and to the institutions participating in this work. So lots of ideas that we want to bring forward, and I look forward very much to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And last, we have Michael Johnson for 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Michael Johnson, and I'm honored to serve on this vital committee to help contribute to this meaningful work. While I regret not joining in person, I'm deeply committed to this conversation about bridging the gap between industry and our institutional partners. As a proud HBCU graduate of North Carolina Central University and a first-generation student, I understand firsthand the transformative impact of HBCUs. I currently serve as Chief of Staff at the Propel Center, the nation's first innovation hub dedicated exclusively to advancing the mission of HBCUs. Alongside our founding partners, Southern Company and Apple, we connect HBCU talent to in-demand careers in technology, energy, and other growing industries. My role focuses on strategy and operations, and I also lead operations on behalf of our president. I'm drawn to EPA's commitment to environmental justice. As someone from a low-income background who's worked with HBCUs my entire professional career, I've seen firsthand how environmental challenges disproportionately affect our communities. Through the Propel Center's work in energy and technology, careers, and my experience strengthening institutional capacity, I hope to help ensure that HBCU and MSI voices are heard in environmental policy decisions that impact our students and communities. Previously, I served as the Chief Innovation Officer and Vice President of Enrollment and Technology at historic Black Miles College in Birmingham, Alabama. I've also worked with 2 product development and enrollment consulting firms focused on helping institutions of higher learning enhance their enrollment and student success efforts. I've also worked with the U.S. Department of Education and federal student aid to build capacity for student and institutional success at minority-serving institutions. I look forward to leveraging my experience in education, technology, and institutional advancement to support the EPA's mission in strengthening environmental justice initiatives across our HBCU and MSI communities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, council members, for those introductions and sharing with us not only who you are, but also the perspectives you are bringing to this council. And I'll be remiss if I don't share that I'm also a proud HBCU graduate of 2 universities, St. Augustine's Universities in Raleigh, North Carolina, and North Carolina Central University in Durham, North Carolina. We will now take a short 15-minute break as we wait the arrival of Administrator Michael S. Regan. Council members, we ask that you please exit the map room and wait in the rotunda. During this time, I'm asking that the members of the public to please remain seated to allow the council members to exit the room. Additionally, we ask that you please remain in the room during this break. If you need to use the restroom or obtain some water, please let a member of the EPA team located at the back of the room know, and they will be able and happy to escort you. We will resume this meeting promptly at 11:05. Maybe 11:15. You notice that? All of a sudden, I started getting cold. That's really hilarious.
Hands are full. Stay for it. Yeah, they do, they do. It's my feet. I have to wear socks and my feet. Yeah, I got my hands and I have Wanda cold hands.
Welcome back, everyone. I would like to call the meeting back to order so that we may proceed with our agenda. I will turn it over to the Chair of the Council, Ms. Hilda Penix-Ragland.
Hello, everyone. Again, it is indeed an honor and pleasure for me to introduce to you the 16th Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and that is our Administrator, Michael Regan. So he was sworn in on March 11, 2021, becoming the first Black man to lead the EPA, the second person of color or Black person to lead. And let me also say, he is the proud graduate of North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, and environment is where he really started there. That was his major, actually your major.
That's right.
And then he went on to EPA the first time, second time, and all the way to the top. Let me say that he got his passion for the environment back in Goldsboro. That is his native town, and he enjoys hunting, and I'll say fishing, even to this day with his father, and then long ago, I guess your grandfather. He enjoyed going through the woods, the land, seeing the agriculture, keeping protective waters, and the intercoastal plains of North Carolina. And I say that because I too am a part of the agricultural environment. Many of you don't know, but I do have a farm even to this day. So I am a Black female farmer, and proud to say it. So keeping the lands is something that Administrator Regan has done extraordinarily well. And the waters, protecting our waters, protecting our communities. We owe so much to him. For years, he has really paved the way. It is our prayers, at least it is mine, that we don't go back from where we started, because he really has done a phenomenal job. He didn't ask for that, but Administrator Regan, I'm so proud of you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. And Madam Chair, thank you for that introduction. I could actually wake up to that every morning. Sounds so grand. You know, I'm truly excited to be here on this historic day. And I don't say historic lightly. This is our inaugural meeting of the HBCU MSI Federal Advisory Committee. And I'm especially grateful to be here as the first HBCU graduate to lead this agency since its inception in 1970. And as Hilda said, I'm a proud graduate of North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. And I would be remiss if I didn't say Aggie pride. You know, today represents a culmination of years of hard work, efforts on behalf of our agency to uplift the perspectives of HBCUs and MSIs affiliated with our communities all across the country, and the relentless devotion from all of you to push forward on the most important issues facing our communities. Let me be clear that we are here because of you. The work and the decisions that you all will make over the next 2 years plus will have critical impacts on the future of our planet, the future of our communities, and the future of our students. Since day one of this administration, President Biden and I have ensured that equity and justice are at the center of this agency. And that means building a diverse and inclusive workforce, strengthening our partnerships between EPA in HBCUs and MSIs to increase research capacity and grant opportunities, as well as improving our funding and our support of these institutions and communities around them. As members of this inaugural HBCU MSI Federal Advisory Committee, I know that every single one of you are aligned in these values and dedicated to the mission of protecting them and furthering them. Every one of you has already demonstrated exemplary leadership, a deep connection to your respective communities, and an unparalleled understanding of the educational landscape. You are here because you're extraordinary in what you do. And let me be clear, because sometimes we don't express this next statement, but we need you. We need what you all are bringing to the table. Your perspectives, your experiences, and knowledge set you apart from the rest. And we're expecting you to bring your full intellectual capacity every single time you represent this committee and this agency. You all hold the power to amplify the priorities and direct the dialogue at the federal level in a way that has never been arranged before. And my team and I, we are here to support you every step of the way, because this will be a team effort. Even when some of us are gone, you all will still be here with the support of this federal agency to advance the dialogue. So let's work together to ensure that your voices are at the heart of all decisions made here at EPA from now moving forward, and that your ideas will create a better future for communities across the country. So with that, I will turn it back over to our chair, Hilda Penix-Ragland.
Thank you. We appreciate the charge and we're ready to move forward. So thank you.
Yes.
In our next part of the agenda, we will focus heavily on three primary topics that the core executive group has really worked on over the last couple of months. Each of you should see the topics. We're going to start with topic 1. And by the way, we do have a hard stop at 12:30, so we can continue with this agenda as presented and not delay anything. So the first topic is around research grants and partnership opportunities for HBCUs and MSI institutions. We all know that grants matter, especially with advancing research for our students, our faculty, and our staff at our universities. I know that North Carolina A&T has benefited from grants over the years and research opportunities, and that's how we have continued with our STEM and technology advancements and moving to a Research One university. So here to share from the council, we have, I'm going to call you by first name just to move it forward. Mike is going to go first. Remember, keep it short, 2 minutes, not over. Heather will follow. Melva next, and then we'll have Daryl Ann, okay? Mike.
Thank you. Okay, so historically Black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander serving institutions, predominantly Black institutions, Alaskan Native, Native Hawaiian serving institutions, and Native American serving non-tribal institutions all play a critical role in supporting the educational advancement of students of color. Together, all of these MSIs represent some of the most diverse colleges and universities across the United States, the Caribbean, and the Pacific Islands. While only 1 in 5 post-secondary institutions are eligible for funding under one of these MSI designations, these institutions enroll more than half of all undergraduate students of color. Indeed, MSIs are sites of innovation and transformation, working to expand educational access, opportunity, and achievement. And EPA has an exciting opportunity to support their vital work by establishing research grants and partnerships to support them. However, it is critical that these programs are designed strategically and intentionally. Some challenges with MSI grants and partnerships seen outside of EPA include limited inclusion of all of these MSI designations or problematic program designs that fail to achieve their intended outcomes. This can result in a misalignment of funding outcomes and programmatic objectives. To avoid these pitfalls, EPA is in a great position to establish and administer these initiatives in ways that uplift intended student populations and drive resources to address environmental issues impacting specific populations that these MSIs serve. For instance, EPA can ensure that criteria to participate in research programs and partnerships will amplify issues impacting specific communities in which HBCUs, TCUs, and MSIs aim to serve. This will encourage researchers, administrators at MSIs to be intentional in their proposals and requests for funding, and will center their educational programming in ways that advance environmental and climate interest based upon the needs of their specific student populations and of their communities, both on and off campus. Furthermore, in doing this work, EPA can and should meaningfully engage with various White House initiatives and their counterpart presidential advisory commissions. These cross-cutting initiatives can serve as consequential partners to enhance outreach to MSIs. The strategic commitment will empower MSIs to continue their transformative work. Indeed, decades of empirical research demonstrate that MSIs enhance academic success, foster economic mobility, and prepare students to meet professional and societal challenges. By strengthening MSIs, we can ensure that the next generation of environmental and climate leaders reflects the diversity and innovation of our nation. So it's clear that HBCUs, TCUs, MSIs are the backbone of the U.S. post-secondary education system. And as more colleges and universities become MSIs, it's incumbent upon all of us to strengthen these institutions for future generations of students. Thank you for the opportunity to provide, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this vital work and to support the promise and potential of HBCUs, TCUs, and MSIs. And hopefully that was in 2 minutes.
I just wanted to mention that I think the grant making part of EPA is one really good way for voices from various places to be heard. And more needs to be done to encourage, not just encourage, but enable people to submit proposals, to be competitive and that sort of thing. Oftentimes it'll say we encourage HBCUs and MSIs to apply, but that's it. There's nothing else done. There's no other maybe resources or anything else to try to help in that area. And if the points are close, there's not like anything extra to say, okay, well, we're also going to fund the one that's an HBCU or an MSI. So I think a lot more needs to be thought about in terms of how we get the voices of other folks, not to say take away voices, but to add voices is what this is about. And the other thing I want to talk a little bit about is partnerships. We have been successful in getting EPA grants and cooperative agreements and even some contracts. And we have tried to partner with others, with HBCUs and other MSIs, so that we can help, again, build that capability and you know, expand our team as well, expand what our team has available to itself. So we keep trying each time we put out a new, put in a new proposal, we try to expand the team and bring in additional partners. And I think partnerships is one way to get that voice heard and for all of us to work together and try to help each other. Because sometimes singly, you don't have enough to get a grant. But together, 3 or 4 of us working together does have that capability. And I would love to see EPA help in that regard and helping us bring in the right kinds of partnerships so that we can go after all kinds of awards, because our voices need to be at the table so that when regulations are written, there is understanding of how those regulations affect all kinds of communities, not just one kind, but all of the communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Dr. Melba Wallace, if you would just share your name and institution, especially for the people online, please.
Absolutely. Melba K. Wallace, President and CEO of Houston Tillotson University, Austin, Texas, ma'am. You know, it is, this topic reminds me of an African proverb that says, one bracelet cannot jingle, but a multitude can make a mighty sound. And so when you think about the research grants and partnership opportunities, I think about a bangle of bracelets that could make a mighty sound. Oftentimes, our historically Black colleges and universities are not lack of ideas, or not lack of the great intention, or not lack of the talent. We are oftentimes under-resourced and under-opportunitied and underfunded to do the work. And so I find myself very thankful to be in this position today, because I think our work centers around finding unique opportunities for HBCUs in particular, in which I represent that, being a student and an administrator. The majority of my career has been with historically Black colleges, both public and private. And so now I think there is an opportunity for us to be very mindful of the communities in which we serve. And that means that our institutions don't oftentimes have a grants office that has an army of those to write these grants and to be solely focused on doing the work to respond to the grant work that we have to do. So I think there is some opportunity there to be mindful of that and to find ways that we resource these institutions into being able to respond to the work that has to be done. The challenge is that there is a lot of work that we have to do with the Environmental Protection Agency. And with the work that we have to do, everybody is going to have to chip in and participate. And that means that our HBCUs, especially small private institutions, many of them are located in rural locations. And so it is our challenge, but it also is our duty, I believe, to ensure that we find unique ways that we can address research grants, be more focused, be more mindful of the types of institutions that we're asking to respond to the grants, so that we can get the outcomes that we sincerely deserve. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Your name, of course, and your institution.
Thank you, Daryl Ann Lifang. I am with the United Negro College Fund Institute for Capacity Building. I want to maybe echo a lot of what Madam President has stated earlier. I think first we have to be careful that we are not making assumptions in the spaces that we're in. And in making assumptions, we tend to put the cart before the horse. Right? The assumption is that our institutions are ready for research grants or have the capacity and capabilities of doing research grants. We have the capability, but not necessarily the capacity. I think in order to do that which we want to do to serve the institutions, we need to create a cyclical pipeline program. A cyclical pipeline program states that I know which comes first, the chicken or the egg. I know it's hard to determine, but in order for us to be able to impact our community, the community must know what we are talking about when we're talking about environmental protection. So therefore, we have to create a program that is inclusive of faculty development, where faculty understands what they are training our students to learn. It has to include curriculum enhancement and curriculum development. A lot of times our institutions don't have environmental protection focused into their academics, and then building into that community programs that will then serve the community, which then builds the brand and understanding of what the environmental protection stands for. So there is an approach that will help not only the institutions, the students, but also building that pipeline.
Thank you. I see Dr. Wright's card up.
Thank you, Dr. Beverly Wright, Director of the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice in New Orleans, Louisiana. I just wanted to make a recommendation because some of the things that we could do to strengthen research areas at our HBCUs, believe it or not, has been done. It just disappeared off the radar. there was an HBCU MSI consortium that was developed. It came out of the Department of Energy. There have been others where millions and millions of dollars were put into that pot for a group of HBCU MIs in specific areas. So I think that the model is there for some of the things that we're talking about. It just that it gets lost through history and people forget what worked. There are many things that have been put in place that work. The kinks have already been worked out of it. And going back to revisit those types of consortiums that have been successful and then adapting or strengthening them in ways that'll work. It also meets all kinds of federal regulations for putting these things together. Since it's been done before, you get a chance to see what can be done or cannot be done through the federal agencies. So my suggestion is that some of the homework for our group might be to go back and look at what has existed over time and had a really good success rate, but then got lost as the next political group came into power. So there's a long history, and I'm suggesting that we do that.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. And actually, I want to thank Dr. Wright right now to say she is going to be chairing the subcommittee on this research grant. So we appreciate and bringing all of that, actually the historical information.
Yes, I'm old.
We don't need to repeat some things.
Been around a while.
You want to comment? Okay, good.
Well, see.
Okay, thank you. Melba, please.
Yes, I have to say this before I go, because I have good home training.
Good.
And so I want to say thank you, Mr. Administrator, for embodying the Sankofa spirit, to being mindful that there are institutions that are out there who desire to be at the table. And so thank you for your willingness to create this table for us so that we can even discuss research grants and partnership opportunities. This is a great first step. And so I will say partnership opportunities, check, because we've done some work today. We've brought this group to the table. So thank you so much to you and your team for this outstanding work and for bringing us all together. So we've gotten something accomplished today.
Great. Now, I'm just making us cognitive of our agenda. We do have 2 more topics to go through, several other speakers. I want to make sure everyone have their say as they're designated. The last comment, Dr.
I just want to echo Dr. Wallace. Just meeting these women around me today, we've already decided we're going to do something with our entities because we are all working together. And I'm just excited to bring this expertise, this level of expertise to a small tribal college in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you.
Excellent. I love it. I love the enthusiasm. Now it's delivering. So topic 2, community awareness. And it's been touched on, and I think Dr. Wallace did really good when you talked about your initiative at home. Community awareness, and we can do better there. Outreach in our communities, throughout our communities, even if they're not adjacent. Partnerships, and this has been mentioned in our last discussion on research grants. But our communities really take the brunt often of environmental injustice. And all of us have examples. Coming out of industry, I've seen not in my backyard or in my backyard. And so it is time for us to talk about how can we work collectively, collaboratively, not just at one institution, but throughout our institutions and communities. So here to talk about the subject, We'll start with Ray Shackelford, you're first on. Then we have Gail. It's right there, Bassett. Heather is going to come back again, and Dr. Wright.
Good morning again. Ray Shackelford, Vice President of Equitable Justice Strategic Initiatives for the National Urban League. So I'll try to do my best, say within the time limit per Madam Chair. First, I think we need to continue to deepen our community ties as it relates to our community organizations. Obviously, your administration has done a great job in terms of partnering. Actually, we had one of my colleagues from the Atlanta Urban League who's in the audience in terms of working with some of our affiliates, the work you've done with our Houston Area Urban League, but just continuing to deepen those ties, even with the NAACP, my colleague, and organizations like LULAC. I think there's a lot more work that we can do in terms of leveraging us as trusted messengers. I've seen even with projects I've done when it comes to the census back in 2020, we know that there is mistrust in our communities when it comes to government, rightfully so, based on things that have happened in the past and some even in more recent history. But with that, you have our organizations in terms of our civil rights institutions, our fraternities, sororities, obviously our HBCUs. And I think leaning more into the culturally affirming elements of our HBCUs. A lot of us went to those schools, our homecomings. We know how powerful those are. And obviously, you know, it's more so about coming together to celebrate our classmates, our family, but there's also opportunities to insert things like this that are so important to our communities as we go back home. So before we get to the tailgate, before we get to the game, we can have a serious conversation to see how we can better protect our communities when it comes to issues like the environment, environmental justice. I think leaning more into culturally affirming platforms like the Pivot, Breakfast Club, some of those long form podcast conversations, non-traditional platforms that we all don't always see leveraged, because when we need to reach the masses, we have to think, you know, unconventionally. And these are things that we have seen be effective in different instances. And I think, you know, one of the last points I'll make is elevating our students on those campuses and including them in those conversations. We have some very bright students. As I mentioned earlier, when we were doing our Reclaim Your Vote tour, I got the chance, the opportunity to interact with students even at your school at North Carolina A&T. That was actually one of our better stops. So I was very excited about that in terms of the energy that they had there. And so I think we need to lean, again, more into that. They're ready to work. They're excited. They are not afraid. You know, sometimes there's cons to that, but there's a lot of pros to that. And then I think, you know, when it comes to our messaging in our spaces, we collectively sometimes can get too high level with our language. I have friends in LA and different parts of the country. They will very quickly, you know, they'll see a post I make about something in the community, like, you know, that sounds good, but I don't know what you're talking about. And so just, you know, making it plain. So, you know, coming from Houston, when it comes to the impact of the environment and the climate, we have a lot of hurricanes. People understand the fact that their homes are being destroyed, their homes are flooding, and how that is literally impacting their day-to-day life and their safety. I think if we lean more into those, given those types of examples, it'll help us to move and create more progress as it relates to this very important topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Bassett, Director of Economic Development and Strategic Engagement at Bowie State University. So I come here with the unique perspective of working in executive leadership positions for the federal and state government, industry, small business, and now in academia. It's full circle for me. And in all of those positions require capacity building, growth, innovation, and community, and partnerships. Because that's the only way that you're going to thrive and survive. You have to partner. And since I've been at Bowie, I have observed that HBCUs and MSIs, our universities, is an untapped and underutilized market and resource. In all of my other capacities, I've never really honed in to the richness of the researchers and the scientists and diverse student body. And you all know our students today, they are problem solvers, enthusiastic problem solvers, and they are innovators. So as I engage moving forward with capturing, securing these partnerships, and we have to be mindful too that we engage into the right partnerships who have mutual beneficial visions and missions. And so as I move forward in this body of work, which is so important, those are the opportunities that I'm going to engage with. I have a very good win rate, success rate of winning contracts and grants. So it is such a pleasure to be here, to be among this movement. Yes, I too was a part of an environmental pollution trash company right next door to my house and never gave it a second thought until one day it became a heliport. So obviously there was advocacy that was involved. So now, again, full circle for me, I can go back and I can actually, because I know how to identify opportunities and secure those funding for this important work, that's my lane. And you all with the researching and the scientific analysis and utilizing of the students to get the data, bring it to me. I can create the strategy and the solutioning, and we will win more funding for this mission so we can continue it. And so our future leaders can also become those executive leaders in this movement this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it. Heather.
Heather Himmelberger from the University of New Mexico. And I wanted to focus on the word awareness because I think I talked a bit about partnerships last time on the other one, and now I want to talk a little bit about awareness because I think that's a huge issue for us, is how do we make people aware of opportunities to come to these schools and become environmental professionals of some type or another? How do we let them know that there are really good careers, they're sustainable careers, they're not going to be outsourced and they're not going to be AI'd away. So we have places where there isn't enough awareness that students can come, they can go to these universities, they can get these degrees, and then hopefully go back to their communities and work and live in those places and bring skills and technology back. And I was just going to give a quick example. We've been doing some work in the South Valley of Albuquerque, and it is environmental justice in every way you can imagine. Massive train tracks, 2 major highways right by them, the wastewater treatment plant that serves the entire 700,000 person community is right beside them. Every single way, the air deposition is right on them by the way the valley is situated. So they're EJ for every way you can think. And how we've been working with them on some air related issues and how can we start bringing in them into our schools, give them degrees and send them back out so that they can be part of the solution for the problems they face. So I think it's a super important topic of how do we get that two-way street of working with these communities and raising the awareness of what these opportunities are, because I just don't think enough people know what they can do and what the full gamut of choices are. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Yes, Beverly Wright, founding director of the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice. My life's work has actually been this particular topic. And in my very young career as a college professor, I noticed at the university where I was working, although people were suffering with lead poisoning and all kinds of pollution everywhere, Cancer Alley, an 85-mile stretch of land between New Orleans and Baton Rouge that at that time had 135 petrochemical plants and 6 refineries, huge universities in our midst, all around us, none of them doing any research. that dealt with the health, the quality of life of the people who lived in this area. I also found that communities detested universities. They did not want to see a researcher anywhere because they had always just been used. They collect data, they never came back, and their condition didn't change. So in that I grew up in Louisiana, had family in Baton Rouge, just physically experienced that poison in my body and the reaction to it. I didn't want to be that kind of professor. And I didn't want to be a part of a university that treated communities with such, I don't know the word for it, disregard. And so I began doing research in a way, although I was at a predominantly white university, I decided something is wrong with this. And over these 30 years, I've actually developed a model. We call it communiversity. And I left predominantly white universities and went to HBCUs. And there's a particular reason for that. I just felt that our universities would be more interested in conducting research to protect our communities. Having that civil rights background of our universities working with our communities, it would be a better place, and it was. And so finding a method, a real method for connecting the dots between research that was needed and driven by communities in terms of what their concerns were, and developing a program to do that is what I've been doing for 30 years. So community awareness, I want to say, first of all, I've never met a community that made a wrong choice when they had all of the information. They only made bad choices when they didn't have all of the information. Now, I'm not counting the 10% that always goes in another direction, and you know why. But I'm talking about the community themselves. And so awareness comes with education. So developing programs so communities know what's in their community, you know. And I would say HBCUs, MSIs, you know, these institutions are perfect for that type of merging of real concern for communities around them with resources that exist in all of our departments. And so I'm looking for a way for how we can make recommendations that create the resources necessary for our research activities on our campus to grow. Not a partnership where all of the money goes to the white institutions and we get 10%, which is not enough to do anything with, while we give them access to our communities and our community resources because we have the face. Seen that, done that, don't want to see that anymore. So recommendations about real community, you know, outreach and awareness is what we need. And communities know when you are a fake. They know when you're not real, but you could imagine how our community members melt when students from Xavier or Dillard went out to their communities to do surveys. They baked them cookies. You know what I mean? It's a whole different thing when you see yourself in the person who's working with you. And I think that our universities are perfect for this. We just need to figure out how we could get more resources to them. And with the mission of EPA being what it is in terms of Environmental Protection Agency, then there's a natural alignment with the work that we do. But the way that we deliver it is what could be different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Briggs.
Again, I'm Gerald Briggs, president at Mississippi Valley State University, and I definitely agree with everything that's been said, particularly around community awareness. And I just want to briefly comment on that because many of our institutions, particularly like Valley, we are in an extremely rural community. And really, how can the EPA partner with us to be that educational vessel to help our communities understand the challenges that they're facing and how we can really work with them to fix some of those problems. I think we talked about it. Sometimes there's some challenges in working with the universities, but really, again, how can we support our community, which we do in various programmatic initiatives, and how can the EPA help to partner with us in doing that? I think the research opportunities are extremely important, but also the town gown relationships to be able to go door to door and really have those types of engaging conversations and programs to get some of those folks on our campus, because I think we all would say we have individuals who are in our communities who've never been on our campuses, and how we can open those relationships up to really that they feel comfortable with us as an institution and not challenged by, what they may perceive that we do. So I really would want to engage in how we can work with the EPA to offer some of those resources to help our communities on that boots on the ground type level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Darrell Ann.
Darrell Ann Lifang, UNCF. I'm going to ask President Briggs, stop looking in my book to talk about what I put there. I'm just saying he stole all my stuff, but no, so I'll say in addition to that, I would say that all institutions have community service programs. They have work college programs. And so how do we bring EPA into those types of programs where it is what the students have to do anyway? So why don't we say, EPA, come to our institutions, be a part of it, learn about where we're situated, but mostly rural, that need this kind of support, and then develop community services with the institutions, which then will go into the communities and support the community environmentally. And the same thing for Work College. A lot of our students, now community service is free, right? They have to do that. But a lot of our students need financial support so that they can pay for college. So how can the EPA, this may be more long-term and may need financial funding, but how can the EPA provide funding for the students to participate?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone just to keep your mics on the table. If you would just put it on because they're hearing the noise. You know how it is when you're online, you can barely hear. So just being cognitive of that. Okay. Now for our next subject, climate.
Hilda, could I make a comment before you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
That's okay. I just wanted to tell the group that EPA actually instituted the first community university partnership grants. They were called CUPs to do everything that you just mentioned. It disappeared. And now we're here again asking for it back again. They were called CUP grants. And it really was a community university partnership grant to do community-driven research on whatever they were involved in and introducing the community to the Environmental Protection Agency. And I'll give you an example. So there's a leak at a facility that night. People wake up with nosebleeds, gasping for breath, and they don't know who to call. And so they start calling different offices, and what they get is, I'm sorry, we don't handle that. I'm sorry, we don't handle that. But a class on EPA and its different divisions, which tells communities exactly what office you should call, and then introducing them to the staff of that office so that they develop a personal relationship with that office, is what can bring about change. And so the CUP grants, that's something that EPA invented along with the EJ movement in the early 80s, early 90s maybe. I'm really getting old. Early 90s. So there are so many things already in the coffer of EPA that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to do research. What was working? What did they do? And how can we make it better? And I only know because I was there that these things absolutely did exist. And the CUP grant would be one to investigate.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wright. And we're going to hear some presentations from EPA this afternoon. And I'm hoping they can actually incorporate some of that information. It will be very helpful in propelling our initiative here. I'm going to move to Van. He hasn't had a chance to speak, and then we'll move straight to his colleague.
The one thing that was concerning to me, I think on all federal grants and a lot of contracts, they always have a set aside for minority serving institutions. What was really, really problematic for me is that many times we were asked to partner with other institutions, large institutions, to do these research grants. We never get any money. And there's no enforcement when they get the grants. So I'd like to see some type of enforcement. So if we partner with these grants that we've been urged to partner with, or if we have a set aside on a contract and the contract is actually awarded and we are actually being used to help them get the particular piece, that we get the set aside that was set aside for us. That was a problem. I used to head sponsored programs at Alabama A&M, and I headed it for a number of years. That was a problem there. We grew our sponsored programs area, but we had numerous partnerships with the University of Alabama and other institutions. They received it. We never got any kind of settlement or anything out of it. So that's something I'd like to see the EPA push that piece and to ensure that if we are partnering and we're working, that we get our fair share out of what it's supposed to be.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, moving on to topic 3, climate resilience and environmental justice. And as I just sit here and think about what I've worked on in the last, this year, I'm thinking about the lead in K through 12 school systems, and our children and the impacts, and an initiative RTI International works on in 93 countries, and right now in the US, thanks to USAID and some funding there, and perhaps EPA, as a partnership with HBCUs and minority serving institutions. But the lead, and almost inevitably, every water system we tested has lead in it. Then I think back about the first solar plant, and we just acknowledged that on the campus of SAS, on SAS Institute, right there in the Cary area, the first solar plant, and that's been a few years ago. And we think about the grants that went to the various entities. Why not our communities and our companies, those that support HBCUs and minority serving? I can't say that was the case when we first started, but we were glad to launch it. Then we moved forward. Just yesterday, it was the silicon carbide that actually is going to be very efficient. And this is for EVs, all of the discussion on EVs out there. But the silicon carbide to advance the batteries in the EVs. Climate resiliency, question is, how much of those resources go to us? And how can HBCUs and MSIs take a piece of this economic prosperity? So climate resiliency and environmental justice, we have people who are experts here. And I'm going to go back to Dr. Wright, and then I'm going to go on to Aubrey, and then Melba and Daryl Ann for this subject.
Thank you, Hilda. Beverly Wright again. When I first began doing the work that I do in the Mississippi River Chemical Corridor, we began with 16 community-based organizations across about 5 different parishes, as we would call them. And we began educating them, training them on advocacy, understanding the chemicals. So we developed a complete community profile, an epi study, a tox study, and then really help them to understand where they lived and what they were living with, what the health effects were, the whole thing. And we were feeling really good, very good, thinking real high of ourselves. And I'll never forget Miss Imelda West, who's now passed away, who worked so hard with a Shintech case. I'll just say that, but we were fighting a pretty nasty facility. And after we won, she was about 5 feet tall. She put her head on my shoulder and she said, "Dr. Wright, we just thank you. We love you for everything that you've done. But our kids have no jobs, there are no opportunities. What can we do?" And then NIHS came up with a workforce development program, working on Superfund sites and a program to train minorities in this particular field. We were able to connect communities with that workforce development program that we've been doing now for 30 years. And what that has meant for those communities is that they've been able to get jobs. I hear people say, "Dr. Wright, I got married. We've been living together 8 years. I got a job and we got married." Communities feeling better, crime rates going down some because people have work. And so when I think of climate resilience and environmental justice, we have to take a holistic approach. So yes, we certainly need to be dealing with the pollution, which that's EPA's job, and they do that well, but connecting workforce development and getting our universities to begin embracing this transformation to a renewable energy economy means that we have to start thinking a little bit more innovatively about the kinds of programs that we are putting in place. Maybe we need to start associate degrees and night school for some of the jobs that are going to be coming up. We're moving now into solar, electric charging stations, lead service lines. Biden put money in every state to replace the lead service lines. That's going to be a lot of work. Are our community members or young people ready for these jobs that will be well-paying jobs? So connecting workforce development with the reduction of environmental pollution and climate resiliency, which I see as EJ as well. We're really making certain that there are plans on managing water. Who manages it? Where does the water come from when your community floods? Who should you be talking to about it? What should you advocate on? And what does advocacy look like with water management? It's a holistic process. It's not just one thing, it is everything. And that's my comment.
Thank you.
Hi, Abray Connor. I'm the director for the Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at NAACP, as well as faculty at UC Davis in the Environmental Policy and Management program. So many HBCUs and MSIs are situated within communities where there are higher concentrations of people of color as well as pollution. With the information that is already available to us from the National Climate Assessment, we know that this likely means that these schools are also more likely to experience flooding. And if we do not mitigate our reliance on fossil fuels and cut our carbon footprint to reduce global warming, this is going to get worse. The natural disasters that we know are already more severe and frequent in historically excluded communities are not going to skip over these institutions. They will be impacted as well. Moreover, they are an important partner when it comes to getting community data for issues that impact historically excluded communities that can help us better understand a more nuanced approach to climate observations that are needed. In the peak of the Jackson water crisis, Jackson State and Tougaloo already had faculty looking at the issues that actually started the water crisis. So how do we foster more resources to HBCUs and MSIs across the country so that they do not have to bear the impact of the problems that are already headed their way because of global warming and our climate disaster? And how do we also continue to foster the important conversations that are already happening on those campuses, which are a trusted source of information for many nonprofits who likely do not have the resources to hire climate scientists on their own? Lastly, as we continue to understand the need for students from various backgrounds to work in climate-related fields, HBCUs and MSIs create an important space to build the future of this space organically by nature of the student leaders who attend these amazing institutions. So we must invest more in the programs there, build additional supports for departments, and consider how to utilize new pipelines for programs in places, for example, on the West Coast, like the Black Honors Program at Sacramento State, to create info sharing and more diverse pipelines across the country.
Thank you, Aubrey. Melba.
Yes, Melba K. Wallace, Houston Tillotson University, Austin, Texas. I told this story about this 12-year-old girl, me, in this David and Goliath story of a struggle with the uranium enrichment plant in my community. When I was 12 years old, you'll have to watch the tape, start an organization called CANT, and we won that suit about 8 years later when I was 20 and I was a student at Grambling State University. So now I'm at Houston Tillotson University and we have an environmental justice program. And so I would imagine as we think about the question that is before us, climate resilience and environmental justice, how amazing it would have been to have a student at that time from Houston Tillotson University or Jackson State University or Tougaloo College to be a part of that conversation to support these communities who need the support when the times are rough and when they find themselves trying to support and to consider challenges that face them today. So I would imagine that there are opportunities for the EPA to consider lifting up scholarship opportunities to support HBCUs with developing majors and minors and concentrations and certificate programs that lift this work. Our institutions have the framework and many of our schools have the ecosystem to support this right away. So I would imagine setting aside dollars for our institutions that want to participate in lifting up programs, that this could be a spectacular way to support the work of the EPA. I would also say at HT, we're proud to have an environmental justice program, but think that there are ways that we could support other institutions that would like to do that. But of course, funding is necessary. Green sports, we were a winner in green sports in 2016 and 2017. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm like, how cool is that? And we won. But climate groups and of course, data. Supporting data, collecting so that we can be more, in this uranium enrichment plant when I was 12, emotions oftentimes get in the way. We had to work with organizations to support the data so that we could support the claims and support our challenges. So I believe that there is an opportunity for data science to be included in the EPA work because it is the data gathering that supports the facts that really makes the change. So I see that as a lift And of course, those pipeline programs to ensure in high school that our HBCUs are at the forefront of recruiting students who have interest in this work. So it takes our institutions going into the high schools, explaining what the work looks like. I think our students oftentimes think that EPA work is hugging trees, and they don't know, that's the stereotype. But really showing the careers and the career pipeline so that we can do the work of climate resilience and environmental justice.
Thank you. Daryl Ann, real quick, please.
Daryl Ann Lifang, UNCF. HBCUs and MSIs are resilient. If we weren't resilient, we wouldn't be here. We have to be resilient. The challenge is, the definition for resiliency is to recover quickly, elasticity, coming back to a better place or where you were. The issues with underfunded, under-resourced institutions that when one person coughs, we get COVID. The issue with that is it's difficult to recover from natural damages that happen from hurricanes, from tornadoes, from all of the things that impact our community. And we're talking about environmental resiliency. It's hard to do that without the resources, as President Newkirk stated. For us to do this, we need resources to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a couple of council members who haven't had a chance to just ask a question or to speak. Sharon, you're one of them. I don't know if there are two, there's a couple online. Do you have input as well?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasize especially the workforce development aspect. I do think that it's one of those things that has a great ROI, because if we're able to get the resources to help us to develop those programs, they often can sustain themselves afterwards, because students, regardless of the majors that they are pursuing at the university, they also, especially this generation of students, they want credentials. And credentials in terms of things that matter to their communities is going to attract them to that university and is going to want them to stay in those programs. But to develop those programs, to develop them in an authentic way, requires those kinds of resources. And the only other thing I would add that I didn't necessarily hear is that we have to remember that for the communities that many of our colleges and universities are serving and where our students come from, they are communities where climate is just adding to the impacts they already have, whether it's in terms of particulate matter, whether it's in terms of flooding. These are the communities that have already been impacted, and the impacts are even more. And so I think there's a great opportunity here in terms of some of these ideas. So thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. We're going to turn it now to Administrator Regan for his closing comments.
Well, let me start by just saying I've taken a lot of notes here. There are just so many exciting things that have been discussed, and the potential here it has no limit. So I am convinced that we have the right people at the table, and I'm grateful for you all and grateful for what you will do. I think the biggest thing that I'd like to reemphasize that has already been stated is the opportunity to address past transgressions are directly tied to the future of this country. And I think our students and our institutions are at the center of that. I think that this administration has already put out billions of dollars in grants, either coming from EPA, or we've made certain advocates grant makers that have the opportunity to distribute millions of dollars. So this right here, this body is a great way to connect all those tissues to begin to move forward with some of the ideas you've laid out almost immediately. I think one of our bigger challenges is as we take advantage and begin to right some of these wrongs and do it in a non-paternalistic way, because it can be led by you and others in the community. what we're looking at is a multi-trillion-dollar economy to address the future and prevent some of these past transgressions. And I think we have to have our students prepared, right? This workforce development piece, this building the capacity so we have the right curriculum. We're talking about a significant environmental and health play, but we are talking about a significant economic development, wealth building, transforming our communities in ways and transforming our schools in ways that I don't think we've seen before. And so as we think about clean energy and AI, and as we think about our failing water infrastructure and engineering and business and lawyers, there's a significant opportunity to make sure that we have the right curriculum, the right infrastructure tied into this new multi-trillion-dollar economy that's going to prevent all this bad pollution that has saddled us for decades. And so I feel like this is the exact conversation that me and my staff hoped that we'd have. I wish, we had more years that we could have this conversation, but I know you all will take it to that next level. But this is exactly what I was hoping for. The time is now. There's money out there now. There will be some money still coming before January 20th. I just think that you all need to continue to have these discussions amongst yourself. One of the reasons we create this FACA is because some of us have been having these conversations for 4 years. We've made a lot of progress, but now it's time to have these conversations in a transparent way, in a public forum, where we make ourselves accountable, but also make others accountable as well. So you all are perfectly situated to do that and shed some light on some challenges. So listen, I just want to say thank you. I really want to say thank you. I do believe we have the right people at the table, and I'm excited to see what this FACA does moving forward. So thank you all.
Let's thank the administrator. We appreciate the opportunity, and we plan to make you extremely proud, no matter where you are in the world. Thank you. Rhonda.
Thank you, Administrator Regan, for joining us this morning and this afternoon. And thank you to the council members for your lively discussion. Before we break for lunch, I would like to make a few announcements. To the council members, please proceed to room 1132. There you will connect with EPA staff who have picked up lunch orders for you. To members of the public, you are welcome to leave the EPA building for this lunch break. Please note that you will be required to re-enter through security upon your return. If you choose to remain within the building, you are required to stay inside the meeting room and require an escort with you if you need to use the restrooms or the pantry area. To all, we will begin promptly at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the remainder of the agenda. We ask that you please return to the map room no later than 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time to return to your seats. We will now move to a 1-hour lunch break. Thank you.
Can't believe we're on time.
Yeah, we're on time. Yeah. People were
Absolutely
very,
incredible.
people were very scripted. And when you're scripted, it goes fast. Okay. Yeah.
Check, 1, 2.
Okay, if we can soon convene and get started. I know that some of you have your flights and all, but we have a lot of work to cover. We can't wait to have the presentations from EPA after hearing all that was discussed on our 3 charges, topics. So at this time, I'm going to actually turn it over to Rhonda, who is going to guide us through, facilitate us through the presentations from EPA. Just a second before we do that. There are a couple of you who did not get to speak. And I want everyone to feel inclusive. After all, that's something we're talking about. And shame on us if we don't include each other. And so, Eric, I want to make sure, was there anything you'd like to share about the 3 topics that was shared today?
Sure. And I think this would sort of fit into maybe more sort of topic 2 with outreach and awareness, and just kind of speaking more about, my personal interest and like passion as it relates to getting more students of color engaged in the climate space. I think one of the biggest issues that I've learned about is that a lot of students, HBCUs, MSIs, or just schools in general, are not really aware of the opportunities, the job opportunities that are available. A lot of students are just concerned about, I need to get a job when I graduate. I likely need to get something that's going to be within sort of this realm of what my major focuses on, and I need to be able to make enough money to live off of. And a lot of it is that they're not aware of the fact that a lot of those skills can be transferable to a lot of climate related jobs. So for example, a student with a computer science background could actually have could have the skills to do something like building climate models, right? And so as a part of the work that we do with the Climate Policy Fellowship Program at the City College of New York and at Florida A&M is that, we educate the students about climate science, climate economics, and climate policy, but then we also talk with them about, if what type you have these types of this major, these are some of the skill sets you have. This is how it can be applicable to some type of job in the climate space. And then we also have different people within the climate space that come in and like do presentations on their backgrounds and things like that, so students can actually see something tangible in terms of what's available. And so I think as it relates to, EPA, I think any role that EPA could have in terms of providing resources to universities to, not only support curriculums, I think, that are geared towards climate, work in climate, but also creating opportunities like fellowship programs like the ones we have and things like that to educate them about the opportunities and help develop that pipeline. I think that would be essential to really getting more people that look like us, giving them these opportunities and things like that to be able to do the work that's much so needed. So.
Great, thank you. Yes, American Association of Blacks in Energy. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of that organization. I am the past chair of it and will always be a member. But working on that workforce piece is critical in that pipeline and the opportunity. So thank you very much for bringing that to us today. Okay. Let's see, we need to get a roll call again to make sure everyone is in place. Rhonda.
Thank you, Hilda. And welcome back, everyone, from your lunch break. Let's do a quick roll call to make sure that we have a quorum to proceed with this meeting. Again, I will start with those in person. As I call your name, just simply say here or present. Hilda Penix Ragland.
Here.
Dr. Beverly Wright. Heather Himmelberger. Aubrey Connor. Angelina Adams, Reverend Dr. Daryl Ann Lee Fang,
Present.
Dr. Eric O'Rear,
Here.
Gail Bassett, Dr. Gerald Briggs,
Here.
Dr. Melva Wallace,
Here.
Dr. Mike Hoyer Wynn,
Here.
Ray Shackelford,
Present.
Dr. Sharon Jones. Here. Dr. Van Newkirk. And as I'm looking at the Zoom link, I don't think we have any virtual participants here, so we will proceed. We will now move to the portion of our agenda where we will hear presentations from EPA's program offices. As a reminder, each program office will present approximately 10 to 15 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of questions from the members. As part of their presentations, each program office has prepared draft charge questions for the council to consider as they decide what areas they would like to undertake as part of their work as the council. These questions were drafted with the intention that the council consider them alongside your topics of interest and expertise. As a reminder, the purpose of this council is to provide independent recommendations and advice to EPA and the EPA administrator. We encourage you to listen intently and take notes during the presentations. We encourage you to write down any comments or questions that arise for you so that you can ask them to the presenters or share them with your colleagues during the later portions of the meeting, where you will have an opportunity to discuss the charge questions presented and decide which, if any, you would like to take on as part of your charge for the next 2 years. With that said, I would like to introduce our first presentation of the day, which will cover the charge topics of building community awareness, outreach, and partnerships with HBCUs and MSIs. We are delighted to welcome EPA's Office of Mission Support. Today, our presenters are Helena Wooden Aguilera, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Workforce Solutions and Inclusive Excellence, from the Office of Mission Support, as well as Tivonia Ward, who's the Director of Office of Inclusive Excellence, also with the Office of Mission Support. Thank you, ladies.
Well, thank you. And can I just say this is such a delight to be here. As Ms. Rhonda said, I'm Helena Wooden Aguilar. I'm the Deputy Assistant Administrator. The short of it is I'm in charge of Human Capital HR at EPA. That's my function. In addition to that, we do Workforce Inclusive Excellence. That's code for DEIA. So we are here and pleased to be in front of you and excited to have a conversation around some of the things we want to share. So as you'll see on the screen, and I believe you have the materials, our focus here today is to provide you an overview of the work, some of the highlights of what we've done. I think, again, we are excited to share that with you to see if there are opportunities of not only partnership, but to expand and continue the good work. Also, we have a few charge questions at the end that I believe you have in your materials for you to consider. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ward, who will carry the next 2 slides.
And good afternoon, everyone. I am Tivonia Ward, as Helena just said, and Rhonda just mentioned. I am the Director of the Office of Inclusive Excellence. One of the good things about the Office of Inclusive Excellence is that we have the unique.
Mic closer to you. Yeah.
You're welcome. How about this? Sorry, everybody. Again, I'm Tivonia Ward, and I'm the Director of the Office of Inclusive Excellence. And one of the beautiful things that EPA has done is establish the Office of Inclusive Excellence. And we have the unique opportunity of being the primary office that focuses with intentionality with doing a lot of the things that you spoke about this morning, building capacity for students. And Eric, you just mentioned jobs, things to that nature. So that DEIA is realized across the EPA. The office, when the office was established, it was placed in the Office of Mission Support, and specifically because dealing with strategies and solutions in the office, we didn't want it to be haphazard. I wasn't here when it was developed, but when it was developed, the goal was for it to be with intentionality. So the office oversees, it was placed, as Helena just said, in the Office of Workforce Solutions, which looks at human capital strategies, organizational development, which is EPA's outward demonstration of their commitment to getting A players to join the team and to move the work. So with that, the office, I have 3 distinct divisions within the Office of Inclusive Excellence. And it's the Office of Enterprise Accessibility and Procurement, which oversees the agency's centralized reasonable accommodation procurement program. It's also the Federal Advisory Committee Management and Oversight Division, which oversees all FACAs within the department, within EPA. I keep saying department is because I'm new to EPA and I'm used to department, but EPA is an agency. So do forgive me for me stumbling over that. But nevertheless, it's the Federal Advisory Committee Management and Oversight Division, which oversees all FACAs. And then we have the Office of Inclusive Policy, Accountability, and Communication Division, which actually oversees policy, how we're being held accountable for MSIs, what we're doing with our MSIs, looking at MOUs, and how we're establishing these MOUs to be effective, and how we are, building capacity to make sure it's more than just awareness, but that we're actually helping the colleges and universities to achieve results that you seek, and as well as going to help us as an organization. We also have the IPA program, which is helping us to get people into your organization and you're into our organizations to build the skills that's needed in order to accomplish the work. So we're small but mighty. And then we are intentional about what we're doing for the organization, and to really increase MSI's capabilities of achieving what EPA needs.
So I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes, because I know you all have the materials, on some of the accomplishments that hopefully are helpful and tied to your earlier conversation you had today. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So, at the top, when we were building this office, which I had the pleasure of being a part of, it was important for us to have strong leadership, but not just leadership at the executive level. In the federal government, we have senior executives, we have GS, and it was very important for us to have a career senior executive at the top. And so hence a big part of our accomplishment was not only establishing the office, but having a senior leadership executive at the top, which is Ms. Ward, who you just met. And under this administration, our administrator appointed a senior advisor to just focus on this work. Unfortunately, Dr. Carr couldn't be here, but he's a pleasure, and we've been very privileged to have him at EPA. And he's been able to go around our regions and programs and really lift up, because as we all know, it's one thing to do this work, but for us, it's about integrating it into EPA's DNA. After any administration, after any leader. And another I'd just like to highlight is the recruitment and outreach, which I believe all of us have been talking about to a certain extent. And again, I'll talk about it in the next slide. But using resources and contracts like Handshake, being very strategic and intentional with a program that this administration started called Be EPA. Again, it's one thing to be EPA, it's another thing to be attractive. HBCUs and MSIs, and I'm a graduate of Howard University, so I'm very proud to be here. We have options. We are a commodity. We are skilled, highly skilled, as the testament around this table and those participating virtually. So how do we become attractive to those students that are interested? And I think the gentleman on the corner also mentioned about, so that people understand who EPA is. By training, I'm an environmental lawyer. But I had no idea that there was a home for me in the federal government, or I had no idea what EPA was until I met a professor who actually worked at Department of Justice and partnered with EPA. And through that connection at Howard University, I was able to work with him and intern. And that's how I learned about EPA and realized that there was a place for me here. And then finally, partnerships. I think we've all been talking about that, outreach and partnerships this morning. And And as Ty said, it's not just about partnerships. Since I've been here, I think myself have created several partnerships, some with Howard University, others with NCCU School of Law, which is my background. And so again, it's not just about putting partnerships. I remember talking to one president and said, okay, yeah, we can partner, but what's the return on the investment? It's not just good enough to have access to our students. You know, what is EPA bringing to the table and how can we sustain this so that it is equitable? And so again, I just wanted to share a couple of highlights that we've had and then we can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, again, we had to rethink the way in which we do outreach. Traditionally, we have a web page called, USA Jobs. I think some of us are aware of what that is, and that's our traditional hiring method. But in order for us to reach students where they are or other applicants where they are, it's not just students, we had to rethink. So this administration, under the leadership of our administrator, began a campaign called BEPA. We were everywhere, all the time, on the ground. We had a consistent message. Everyone was on talking point. And because of that, our applicant pool is the most diverse it's ever been. And I've been here for 20 years. So I say, I know folks around the table have been talking about thinking outside of the box and being creative. I'm telling you, it's a testament. You have to. You can't use the traditional ways. In addition to that, we hosted, actually, please go to the next slide. Thank you so much. We actually hosted using Handshake, which there's some information there, and happy to come back to the council to provide additional information on Handshake and kind of what that is. But Handshake is a contract that I believe in this administration, really kind of dug into. And it's an opportunity using technology to meet students where they are. And so Handshake is a tool, and it's about 13 million students engage with that tool on a yearly basis. And we were able to reach out to them using this method. And because of that, we were able to reach about 26% MSIs and HBCUs as a result of this tool. Now, I'm not saying this is the only way to reach students. We also participated in job fairs. We actually went to universities and talked to folks because in addition to this, people want to talk to somebody. People want a name, an email, a point of contact, a business card. I know some of us don't carry those anymore. Hopefully it's recycled paper if you do. But, people want that interaction. So for myself, I've traveled to a number of recruitment fairs and able to sit at the table and talk to people and share my story. Why did I come to EPA? When did my environmental journey start? Well, it started long ago when I'm from Pennsylvania, originally from Philadelphia. And back in the day, I'm a little older than probably some folks here that don't remember this, but we used to burn trash in a barrel. And I remember my father burning trash and I was like, Dad, why are we burning trash? You see the stuff going in the sky? And he and I had this really intense conversation. And then I said, I'm going to do something. So I wrote to the governor of Pennsylvania. And I said, why are we burning trash? And of course, he wrote me back. We had this whole conversation. Fast forward, I end up at Howard University. And fast forward, I go to Vermont Law School and major in environmental law and policy. So I say that I share that story with students. Like I said, Handshake is a tool, but I share that story with students so they understand there's a place at the table for them, even if they can't really figure out exactly what it is. Is it resilience? Is it climate? Is it air, water, land, law, policy, business, contracts, grants? Because we have all jobs here at EPA. And so I just wanted to share this highlight with you. Again, it's a tool. I know other departments and agencies use it as well. It might be used at your institution or college or university, but I just wanted to flag that. So now, on to business, as we all like to say, because we're here to not here just be talk about EPA. So we've developed, again, for your consideration, a few charge questions. And I know we're going to have times for questions and thoughts about that, but we just wanted to quickly walk you through. And again, then we'll pause and then we'll open it up, I believe, for questions. So our first is, how can EPA increase the number of applicants from HBCUs and MSIs applying to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEM is a big area for EPA. It's not just us, it's NASA, it's other agencies and departments for positions, including internships. So for myself, I came to EPA first as an intern. And like many, I needed to get paid. I couldn't work for free. So again, how do we create this scenario, this space where we're talking about positions and internships? Second, can we identify strategies to increase capacity? I know we talked about this, and I put in parentheses very strategically grant writing process. So in the Office of Mission Support where I work, I have a counterpart who's the lead over EPA grants at the agency. And so is there an opportunity to lean into his work, which also includes our acquisitions, our contracts? He also is in charge of that for EPA. Is there an opportunity to have that conversation? And finally, can we develop outreach efforts that expand existing partnerships? As folks know, we have a lot of MOUs, all kinds of partnerships with all kinds of institutions, specifically HBCUs and MSIs, focusing on the creation of new science policy and research. And I know my colleagues from the Office of Research and Development are after me, and they'll speak more acutely to that, but we wanted to just put that on the table as an opportunity for discussion. And so we thank you for your time. We know everyone's super busy, but and we're one of 3 presentations, and so we'll close. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to our presenters. Members, you will now have an opportunity to ask any questions you may have to our presenters. As a reminder, if you wish to make a comment or ask a question, we ask that you please raise your hand signal. If you are a virtual participant and/or those in person, please raise your name tent card. This will allow myself and the chair and vice chairs to facilitate the discussions and ensure an opportunity for everyone to speak who wishes to do so. Once you are done speaking, please take your virtual hand or name tent card down. And as a reminder, the mics are sensitive, so please keep the mics on the table and away from papers and mute them when you're not speaking. I will turn it over to Dr. Briggs.
Again, good afternoon. I'm Gerald Briggs, President, Mississippi Valley State University. And my question kind of falls in line with number 1, the number of applicants for HBCUs in STEM. And I know that we are really looking at STEM career options because of that need, but I also think that we have a similar need in other areas as well. Are there other opportunities within the EPA for students who are not STEM majors? And if we can kind of speak about that process and what that looks like, I think that'd be helpful.
Absolutely, sir. At EPA, there are STEM jobs and non-STEM jobs. Okay, I'll get this right. Do forgive me. Absolutely, sir. There are positions that are within STEM and outside of STEM. And the focus in our office and what we're doing is focusing on how to ensure that applicants, period, from HBCU understand what EPA has to offer and being able to get access to jobs and opportunities that EPA offers. Yes.
And can I just follow up? Plus, everything you said just very quickly is that when we go recruit, we recruit for all positions. And I think maybe there's an opportunity to expand that so it's not just focused on STEM. We also, in our specific office, we have contract specialists, grant specialists. We have a number of other mission critical jobs. We have IT. I think folks know there's a rise in AI. I know the Office of Personnel Management is prioritizing that job and looking for folks, but beyond degrees, skills, experience in the job force. So there's more than just STEM. So yes, thank you for your question. Thank you.
Ray?
So I wanted to know, and thank you for the presentation. That was very informative. I wanted to know, when you think about non-traditional career paths, and our students that may want to start a business and potentially do business with the EPA, is that something that you've incorporated into the handshake platform, or would that need to be done through another avenue? Because I know that's definitely something that comes up when I'm connecting to students. And then also, and this is also, I guess, a larger question for the committee, there's a lot of noise when you're trying to get information to people. What have you all seen that has been the most effective in reaching our students?
So let me start with the last question first, because I think that's an important one. As I shared, we are trying to use IT as an opportunity because, we can't be everywhere all the time. We also like to use the partnerships like folks around this table to get the word out. But I agree, I think there's a lot of information. It's very dense. It's at, different parts of the website. So what we've been thinking about is exploring almost a one-stop shop, a clearinghouse, where students, similar to Handshake, can go right in and get everything they need, very organized, so they don't have to search our web or kind of miss an opportunity. So we've done some updating to our website, www.epa.careers, which it has everything. When I looked at it, I try to put myself when I was looking for work at EPA, what's easiest. So we've been trying to explore that, but we'd be interested to hear some advice from the council if there are ways that we can improve that. I think we've tried a bunch of different things and maybe not put our best foot forward, but I think there are things that we're exploring, like I said, Handshake and other strategic campaigns to try to expand a way that we meet students where they are and not just point them to a website and say, please, if you're interested in EPA. Yeah, that's what I would share. That's what I would share. So, I think we'll have to follow up, but to your point about business and like skills, right? So we have at EPA an office of business administration called OSDBU, where they partner, I think, with Bowie and a number of schools to really focus in on not just STEM, but other kinds of non-STEM occupations. And so I know for the last year, when I was looking at data in preparation for this meeting, this fiscal year, we've hired more non-STEM entry-level positions than we've ever had because a big part of BEPA was targeted for that. So we're talking about GS5s, 6, 7s, 9s, which is around the pay of between 30, 40, 50, 60,000. But for many students, for them, while that pay was small, we were able to offer them student repayment programs and other ways for them to want to come work in the government. And so, yeah, that's just an example, but I can follow up with more specifics around that, but appreciate the question.
Just another piece, as you're asking your questions, remember the charge questions that they are asking us. So they're looking for our feedback on what they can do better and help us at the same time.
Dr. Wallace.
Yes, hello. Melva Wallace, Houston Tillotson University, Austin, Texas, an HBCU there. As you forecast or think toward the future of EPA, where do you see the gaps in workforce needs as it relates to student talent? If you could wave a wand and magically create the next batch of workers or employees that might take the EPA to the next level, what skills do you think they need to have, or what majors do you think are important, or are there majors that don't exist now that you see an opportunity?
That's a good question. And a timely one, because a part of my work is to do workforce planning and succession planning for the agency under the CFR in my role as the CHICO. And so we are currently right now in the process of putting together a workforce plan beyond 2024. So I definitely will be poised to come back to this group and maybe present the workforce plan that will show you where there are areas, to your point, gaps in our workforce. I will say something that we have been hyper-focused on, which is a part of my job, is our knowledge transfer. We have seen a number of job series. It could be science or non-science, folks that are retiring, and that knowledge is leaving EPA. So I led an effort to do a succession management plan, which identified the positions, the job series, and the focus of where EPA needs to focus their workforce planning into the future. And so I'd be happy to come back and present that data to you all so you can see, you know, the rate in which folks are leaving, what those job series are exactly, because I think that level of detail may help inform this council as you're thinking about, you know, preparing students for EPA 2.0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And might I offer our resources, our human capital to support you in that work. Our institution specifically is poised and capable of being in Austin, Texas, the Silicon Valley of the South. We have students who are creating things that don't exist on our campus. So if we could be of any support to you in that work, we'd love to do it. That's what we do with other organizations and companies, large and small, venture capital firms. We serve as a think tank at our institution to support those companies and would love to help you strategize as you work to think futuristic. Yeah, so we can
That's
support
great.
you in
Thank you
that.
so much.
Thank you. And I see we have a few more questions. Just as a time check, just remember, we have 2 more EPA presentations we need to get through today. So we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to hear them and ask your questions. So I'm gonna go over to Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Sharon Jones, I'm the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of Washington's Bothell campus in the North Puget Sound. And I had 2 questions. One's a real question. The other one is a comment that I'd love to hear your feedback on. So the first question is a quick one, which is, I wasn't aware of these MOUs, and I'd love to understand what's sort of at a big level, what's in those MOUs, especially in terms of this reciprocity, right? It's not all just one way, but it's bidirectional. But the second part is a comment. So in terms of the STEM workforce, so before this position, I used to be Dean of Engineering for like 8 years. And one of the challenges, and I'll speak specifically about engineering as part of STEM, is that yes, there are a whole bunch of folks trying to recruit those folks who are graduating. But we've lost so many people who initially thought they wanted to be engineers. And because of the nature of the curriculum, and some of that's on us as academics, we lose them in that process. And one of the things that's talked about a lot in terms of retention and persistence are students got to have academic belonging. They got to feel that this major makes sense. They're part of it. They got to have social belonging, right? They feel they're part of the university. But I would say that there's a third, which is professional belonging, right? They got to see themselves in the profession, and they have to see themselves early as first-year students, as sophomores. So they can't wait till they get to senior year to then, oh, now I'm gonna look at these jobs and I'm gonna think I'm gonna do this. Do you have any thoughts about how we are able to put EPA in front of students early on so they persist and graduate with STEM degrees?
So on the topic of MOUs, we have a number of partnerships that many of our programs and regions across the agency has with schools individually. Some have them with the consortium, some have them specifically private public. And so happy to come back and provide that data so we can provide exactly generally what's in all of them because they're so diverse. I know our colleagues in Office of Research and Development have a number of MOUs. And so again, I don't want to speak out of terms to speak for all of them, but there generally are a couple of, I said key parts of them. One is capacity. right? And so that can take a shape. It could be grants, it could be, you know, different types. We also, I think my colleague talked about IPAs. Those are typically professional details and development between federal employees and non-federal. So, well, it could be that depending on it, but it's usually with states, nonprofits, and so forth. So happy to come back and provide more detail on kind of agency-wide, kind of what the core foundational areas of MOUs. But just to let you know, we have quite a few. We have quite a few, and they're not just with MSIs or HBCUs. A lot of them with institutions. We have them with nonprofits, for profit. I mean, you know, kind of runs the gambit. So happy to come back to you on that. To your comment, which is a good one, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer it fully, but on reflection, I think that, you know, EPA has an Office of Environmental Education. I think you all know OPEEE, the folks that have been sort of organizing this. And since I've been at EPA, they have done a great job of doing K through 12, early engagement. It's been phenomenal. So I don't want to sort of take their thunder because I'm sure they have a lot to offer there, but post high school, I do think there are ways in which we can improve in the way that we, you know, come and talk to students and talk about, you know, a career, a life. You know, EPA to me is more than just a job. And so can they, to your point with kind of personalizing it, seeing themselves in it and making that connection beyond just the academic career and they're an engineer, they're a chemist, they're a physicist, is, you know, what's their value and how do they see that career? I think you're right. I think there's probably room for improvement there to talk to students more than just here's a job, right? Like this, you know, this work sometimes for those that have been in it for a while, it could be education. It could be, you know, I started in doing civil rights work at EPA. It is a calling, right? It is a lifestyle. And so I definitely think speaking to young people that way early in the process would probably benefit both parties, EPA and also the students. But those are, I'll come back with a better answer, but that's just a reflection from your comment. But it's a great one. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I see there are more questions that we have, but we have to move on. We have two other presentations. Thank you, Ms. Aguilar and Ms. Ward for your presentations.
While the next presentations are presenters are coming, those of you who did not get your questions answered, would you write them down and we'll make sure we get those answered for you.
Next, we'll hear from the Office of Research and Development, who will cover charge topics number 2, research grants and partnership opportunities with HBCU MSI institutions. We are delighted to welcome Laura Phelps, Director of EPA's Air Methods and Characterization Division with ORD. And I'll turn over to you, Laura.
Thank you so much. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today, and I want to thank you for all the remarks that you've already made. I could see that we could have a conversation for many days, not just for 25 minutes. So I'm going to try to go through this expeditiously and hopefully touch on some of what we've already started a conversation about today, and look forward to that opportunity to enhance the conversation further and go into more details. So part of what I wanted to share with you today is just a look at who we are, who the Office of Research and Development is in being the world's premier environmental health organization. We conduct research, which is the foundation of our credible decision-making to protect human health and the environment. So our mission is to provide environmental science and technology that informs and supports human health, the environmental decisions that are being made, whether they be at the federal level, the state level, the local level, the tribal communities. It's critical to be able to help provide input to those challenges, which is what we work on doing. Just an at-a-glance moment with the map that you have in front of you. We have 4 research centers that are located in 12 spots across the country, which you can see on this map. But we have 6 national research programs that help provide the foundation of where we put our focus in our research as we go forward. That said, we also have 11 EPA program offices that have input into that process as well. We all work together in a synergistic way to see what those questions are and those answers are, where we need to collect that data and that information to be able to tackle the challenges that are in front of us. So we look at integrating across the entire system. Doesn't matter whether it's the depth of life or the molecules or the communities or the ecosystems. It doesn't matter if it's the communities that you've all talked about being a part of and where you're located. It is looking at the past, the present, and the future. It is that whole total environment that we try to focus on. So this next slide, I could literally talk about for the rest of the time that we sat here. And it touches on so many aspects of some of the comments that I heard all of you so eloquently make earlier this morning. I'm going to try to do enough justice to this slide to say, hey, let's come back and have more in-depth conversation on it. But we are promoting organizational change. You know, we are trying our best, and we have been a leader for the past 10 years in looking at environmental justice issues and environmental problems. We do have our 6 national research programs, which I mentioned to you on a prior slide. We recently started a regional climate adaptation network, which is another arm and another branch. We have an environmental justice council. And in that conversation that was discussed several times today, that community engaged research opportunity. We have a circle program that's partnered with one of our regions in Region 2 in Edison, New Jersey, to help us further create and bridge those relationships and those opportunities. In regards to grants and creating those extramural opportunities, our STAR grant, or our Science and Action Results grants, are the space that we have been most engaged at this point in time. With 36 grants at $54 million in funding, we've looked to fund and tackle some of those community initiatives that have been at the prevalent of conversation and focus. We also have been learning from the conversations that we have, from the partners that we have that are extensive, whether they be from ECOS, whether they be from the Society of Toxicology, whether they be from different forums and different activities that we can participate in. These conversations even led, and even the Biden administration's efforts led to us actually putting out this picture that's up here about the cumulative research work that we're doing. And this last but not least box is engaging our partners, whether it be through the Board of Scientific Counselors, whether it be through the National Academies or the Science Advisory Board, whether it be this HBCU MSI Advisory Council. Those opportunities to continue to grow and have these conversations. It's also about participatory science. I heard several gentlemen mention in their comments earlier specifically about how do we get that communication. Several of you ladies mentioned that as well. How do we get that partnership within our communities? How do we get our communities into our schools? How do we get our communities into EPA and to be a part of society as a whole to advance our scientific knowledge to inform what we're doing in protecting our environment, protecting human health. So in this vision, we have projects that are meant to provide those accessible, actionable opportunities to engage. We have created policy guidelines and checklists. We have a quality assurance handbook and toolkit. Dr. Bruce Rodon knows infinitely about this space that he's invested a lot of energy in, and I'm sure he could provide lots more information for you about that if you are interested. So I want to shift gears just a little bit to let you know a little bit about what the Office of Research and Development has done in our efforts to engage with the HBCU and MSI community. We specifically put a team together to create an engagement strategy. We wanted to see how to build and maintain a diverse workforce. We wanted to make sure that we increased the underrepresented groups' awareness of opportunities to collaborate with us and to be a part of the organization. We created 7 recommendations out of this engagement strategy, which I'd just like to share with you at least quickly. Identify, participate in, and develop recruiting and hiring outreach opportunities and events, whether they be ones that we're initiating or whether they be ones that your schools and your communities and or organizations are generating. Show up, participate, provide that information that they're looking for, whether it be about education, whether it be about training, whether it be about employment or grants or partnerships, STEM and non-STEM activities. Create internship opportunities for students. We have created a program, as you heard from our colleagues already, to actually have internship opportunities every summer. There's pathways that are for STEM positions and administrative positions for people to come work with us during a summer to get paid and to get that job experience. Improving our grants outreach. We've talked about that a little bit. Is something that we're working on, but it's something that we're interested in doing better in as well. Providing information sessions, providing that training, providing that guidance, because we recognize that every federal agency has a different set of guidelines that you have to contend with every time you apply for a grant. It's not one size fits all across the entire government. So recommendation number 4 was to integrate minority serving conferences into our conference planning strategy, to be able to show up, to be able to be at the meetings that our students are at as well, but also integrate our minority serving institutions into our hosted conferences that we have as well, to ensure that you know about the opportunities that we're facilitating and creating to be at and be a part of too. And then our last 2 was to institutionalize the use of memorandums of understanding, something that I know that you're interested in, and I'm going to show you a quick spattering of, but something that is to be fostered in a larger conversation. And to enhance our special emphasis program management and the information that we're educating our employees on in diverse communities as well. So I wanted to share a few examples with you about some things that we have been doing, which I will try to go through somewhat quickly, but I mentioned the STAR funding opportunities. These have been focused in these top priority areas of cumulative impacts, climate change, environmental justice, underserved communities, vulnerable populations, and community-based solutions. In recently funded projects that we have had for the cumulative health impacts at the intersection of climate change, environmental justice, and vulnerable populations, there have been 9 minority serving institutions, 2 institutions and 7 co-institutions that have received grants. There are 9 new and 7 existing grantees. New is defined as institutions that haven't gotten a STAR grant since 2017. We've been partnering with underserved communities to form collaborative community engagement partnerships. And there have been 75 primary underserved community partners that range in various sizes that have been participating. Once again, this is something that we could do a much deeper dive on with much more detail at a later date and time, but I hope that at least gives you a quick at a glance look. This is a tool that we have created that we're building that is actually an MSI dashboard with some data that we have partnered with specifically from NASA through their MSI exchange program. There are over 800 MSIs that are located on the continental US and in our outlying organizations. We now know where all of them are located. You'll see these red dots on this map show you the 12 locations that I told you that we're based in our research organization at this point. We have a lot of tools to this map. I couldn't show you all of them today, but we can actually show the boundaries of all of our regional offices to show where each region can participate. We have dots that show other representation in places. It's all linked to a database that we're in the process of fully populating that tells us not only the name of each institution that corresponds with each of those dots, but a name and a location and an address so that we can figure out how to, at a very minimum, connect with all 800. And that's our goal. So we mentioned MOUs. This really is a very quick list, a very quick spattering of some of the engagements that ORD has specifically been a part of recently. This list is much longer, as you just heard, and is something that we look forward to sharing with you in greater detail. But I'm going to skip next to just even some example actions of what we've been doing under these MOUs, Sharon, which I believe is a question that you asked. Is that we've been participating in events that have been held on campus. We've been inviting institutions to events on our campus, specifically even in our Research Triangle Park, North Carolina campus. We've discussed research opportunities. We've developed some seminar opportunities. We're developing some courses at some institutions in some places. We've been providing information about institutions and job opportunities. We're looking at where there might be interpersonnel opportunities for someone to come from a university to work at our campus on one of our locations, or somebody from EPA to actually go to one of your campuses or locations to work for a year or a semester. Networking at conferences and also looking at providing those opportunities for schools to engage in the meetings that we're hosting as well. So 2 quick examples that I will share with you. One is with North Carolina A&T. Actually, the administrator signed our most recent MOU with North Carolina A&T in December of 2023. Dr. Uzochukwu, who was actually the administrator's mentor while he was at the university, is our primary contact and who we've been working with at the university. We've done several events. We had a celebration of the MOU in March at our campus. In August, we had a couple members of the staff or faculty present at one of the conferences that we co-chair. In September, we created an environmental symposium actually on campus. That's what this picture is of. That's part of the participants from that day. Our assistant administrator at the time presented at the meeting, and we had 30 posters from students that we got to see a lot of their research to connect them, as we said earlier, with names and people doing similar research at EPA. We had a poster session on our RTP campus and in our Cincinnati campus, and we invited a couple of HBCUs to be a part of that event to do their posters and look at some of ours. And we're looking at other events and other opportunities to collaborate with each other on grants, to build capacity and capabilities and new tools. We're even working on creating a center of excellence for environmental justice that not only involves North Carolina A&T, but Florida A&M and Jackson State University as well. One more quick example that I'll share with you is with Kentucky State University. I actually just visited them a couple of weeks ago, in addition to Simmons College of Kentucky. That is the smallest HBCU that I have met to date, and y'all. So finally, I'll wrap up with we're the research arm of EPA, but that does not mean that there are not other players in our program offices and our regional offices that are also involved in research opportunities as well. While we have engaged in a number of MOUs so far, we know that there are others to come to fruition in the future, but it is a lot about that having the capacity, having that capability, having and being in a place of interest. We want to connect with all 800 plus MSIs. We want to engage with them all and we want to help build capacity. But building that bigger relationship is something that we all have to have the capacity and capability to do. And if we can help foster that larger community engagement, we want to be at the table to do that as well. So thank you for your time. I did not put the charge questions on the slides because I knew that you were going to be handed a packet. I'm happy to highlight those quickly for you, or we could just get to questions, whatever y'all prefer.
Sure. So you have the charge questions in your packet. I would take about 2 or 3 questions. Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you. Hey, thank you for that great presentation. Quick question and then a comment or an offer, if you will. I was really great to see on your recommendations 4 and 5 here about attending different types of MSI conferences. Could you share more detail about which ones you're going to, which ones you've gone to, which ones you're thinking about going to? And
we actually have a list. So if I could provide that in retrospect from this meeting, I'd feel more comfortable doing that because I'd hate to flub up some of those in themselves. But we actually have a calendar that we've created to show all of the ones that we've learned about at least. To make sure that we're showing the ones that we typically go to and the ones that we've learned about. So it would be great to know if we're missing some of them. There was one recently in DC that we were a part of. That's the most recent one. And I know that there is one that's occurring in February in Baltimore, Maryland, I think with the engineering community. And we intend to be at that, but those are just a couple examples.
sounds great. And then the second one is it's pretty cool that you have this this map of all the different types of MSIs. Just sort of in that using the NASA MSI exchange. As you know, for enrollment-based MSIs, that changes year to year, right? And so
That's right.
the map's got to be dynamic. And so this is sort of more of an offer, which is, as a researcher, an MSI researcher, I collect the way they change year to year and
Nice.
publish that as a public data set for researchers to use. So happy to share that and be a resource and a thought partner down the line.
That would be awesome. Thank you. And I will say that we've been trying to follow the annual update that happens in a couple of levels between the institutions itself and the database that NASA maintains on their website with the MSI area. So I would love to connect and see how we do that better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newkirk.
Yeah, when I looked at your research just now, the one thing that came to mind earlier was cooperative education, in which you actually were embedded inside of curriculums, not an internship, but cooperative education where the students would actually be selected early on, and then they would come here and they'd work a semester and then go back. Have you thought about something like that?
I like the idea. I remember when I was at school, there was a cooperative education program with IBM where they did that very thing in having a pause year essentially, or a pause semester that a student went and actually worked at a school and then came back and resumed their curriculum. So that's an interesting idea. It's not one that I've thought of. I don't know whether you thought about that, Bruce. I don't know if our OMS partners have thought of that, but it's something that we could talk about. I like it.
Hi, just quickly, Bruce Roden, Associate Director of Science in the immediate Office of Research and Development. That's a good idea. Perhaps that's a recommendation. I know we've been talking, there's another example of picking up on the outreach opportunities with the American Indian Higher Education Consortium, AHEC. And they have a meeting coming up in February, which is interesting. But one of the asks, there's a whole bunch of these activities that also relate to that. One of the priorities of that meeting with the AHEC students, or getting with AHEC to the students, was along the lines of the Pathways program, which is not quite what you were saying, the embedded side, but it is a wonderful way of getting into the federal government. Lots of agencies have the Pathways program, but it really is like, but the students have to know about it, and they have to be like, we have to get the message out and communicate the message. In this case, it was to the tribal universities, but to other universities too, that this is such an opportunity, and it is pretty much it's the standard pathway to get into the federal government as a starting point for graduates and students. So yes to the idea of embedded would be great, but currently we have that great opportunity as well through the Pathways program and other fellowships.
Thank you. We'll take one more question then, Aubrey.
Yes, Bray Connor, Director for Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the NAACP. You can't hear me. Bray Connor, the Director for Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the NAACP. I just had a quick question. I was trying to see more information about the EJ Council that ORD has. Could you just share a little bit more about that and what that entails?
Do you want to share a little more about the EJ Council?
Yeah, a group of staff. It's run out of, I recall, our Office of Science Advisor Policy and Engagement. And really it's a consortium of staff across the different centres and offices within OID who come together to advance concepts on environmental justice in our research program primarily. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to our presenters. Our last presentation for today will be from the Office of Policy and the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights on the topic of climate resilience and environmental justice. I would like to welcome our presenters, Adriana Hochberg, Principal Deputy Associate Administrator with the Office of Policy, and Kareem Marshall, Senior Advisor of EPA's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our draft charge questions for your consideration and recommendations. It's an honor to come before this esteemed council today. My name is Adriana Hochberg, and I'm the Principal Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Policy. I'm here with my colleague, Ben D'Angelo. Also from the Office of Policy, he heads up our new office called the Office of Climate Adaptation and Sustainability. And we're joined by Kareem Marshall from EPA's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. Together, we are presenting our draft charge questions associated with the intersection of climate resilience and environmental justice, understanding that many HBCUs and MSIs are located in communities with EJ concerns, facing the disproportionate impacts from extreme heat, drought, flooding, and other extreme climate events. So whatever we learn together can be applied to both HBCU and MSI connected EJ communities and to EJ communities in general. Now, before I dive into our first charge question, I'd like to set the stage a bit. EPA's climate resilience and adaptation work takes place across our many program offices and regions. We're working to integrate climate resilience and adaptation into the agency's programs, policies, rulemaking processes, and enforcement activities. We're also working to support communities across the nation on their climate resiliency journeys. EPA's work to help communities become more resilient to the impacts of climate change has had a focus on communities with environmental justice concerns. The newly established Office of Climate Adaptation and Sustainability within the Office of Policy plays a coordinating role in tracking our agency-wide climate adaptation and resiliency efforts. We also develop tools and provide technical assistance and capacity building to communities. For example, we recently launched the Climate Resilience and Adaptation Funding Toolbox, or CRAFT, because at EPA we love acronyms. So CRAFT is an online resource to support development of climate resilient projects. The CRAFT website includes information to help federal funding applicants, grant recipients, and technical assistance providers consider the climate-related challenges to their projects at the outset. And this past year, we supported potential grant applicants to the community change grants with technical assistance that was focused on climate resilience. This program was called the Community Change Equitable Resilience Technical Assistance Program, and it was funded by IRA funding. EPA provided direct assistance to over 60 disadvantaged and disaster-prone communities, 1/3 of which are tribal communities. Given EPA's experience addressing the impacts of climate change on communities, particularly those with EJ concerns, and MSI's and HBCU's longstanding interest in action in this area, the agency offers the following charge questions for your feedback and recommendations. One more here. Okay, there we go. Our first question requests feedback on the most pressing climate resilience concerns in HBCUs and MSI communities and how to work together to address them. We encourage you to respond broadly to this overarching question to consider not only the physical hazard dimensions of climate resilience, but also the social dimensions as well. And we have two proposed subparts to this question. The first part inquires about how we, EPA, and your institutions can work together to equip students with the foundational knowledge and skills related to climate resilience. And the second part asks about how the various parts of the community can work together on climate resilience. We invite you to unpack the numerous variations of collaboration opportunities, such as between institutions and community residents, faculty and students, faculty and EPA staff and students, and so on. And the second question is focused on identifying existing sustainability and resiliency practices at HBCUs and at MSIs that could benefit from EPA support. Here, we're asking you to identify the methods that EPA could employ to enhance and support your sustainability and climate resiliency practices. We also invite you to identify opportunities to support individual institutions and the network of HBCUs and MSI institutions. And now I'll turn it over to Kareem, who'll go over the next few questions.
Thank you. So question 3 is slightly more broad in scope. It's not quite asking you to create an inventory, but we are asking you to identify with some degree of specificity the unique challenges that we believe MSIs and HBCUs are uniquely positioned to address. And this is so that in future work, we have the opportunity to responsibly direct our efforts and support the work that you're already doing in this space and avoid duplication from the agency. So please feel free to interpret this question as broadly as possible. Don't be afraid to give us an index of results. And then finally, the fourth question is more of a request. We are asking the advisory committee to conduct an annotated review of literature related to EJ and resiliency and sustainability. We are identifying an already completed report by the United Negro College Fund that looks specifically at the advantages that historically Black universities present in this space. We offer this as an example. We know that there are additional resources out there, and we would like your help in identifying, evaluating, and if possible, synthesizing some of the information that's available so that EPA has the opportunity to apply the lessons learned in these various reports. Now, we know that the issues of climate and climate resiliency and environmental justice are inexorably linked. In fact, all of these charge questions are highly interrelated. So as you are answering the charge questions individually, please don't shy away from identifying opportunities for us to work with ORD or to work with the Office of Mission Support. If you see something that deals with particularly something like a pipeline for the identification of students engaging in research projects, don't be afraid to identify the nexus between the 3 areas of the charge questions and give us the opportunity to leverage your unique insights. And with that, we will hand it over to any questions you may have. Thank you in advance, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Sharon Jones, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at University of Washington's Bothell campus. And I had a couple questions, more logistical. So the first one was, in terms of your first charge, you're asking how should EPA work with HBCUs, MSIs to ensure that students are equipped with foundational knowledge and skills, et cetera. Have you identified what those foundational knowledge and skills are already? So is there a mapping of those that would then allow us to look at curricula, et cetera, and see if there are gaps, overlaps, things like that? So that's first question. And then the second question is related to charge question number 3. When I look at charge question number 3, I feel as if this, and again, thinking of a participatory approach, it seems like something where we need like charrettes with members of MSIs to get together to bring their own knowledge about assets and ways that they understand environmental justice and resources and figure that out. Are there resources to support our council engaging in that type of activity? And I'm not saying that we will, because we haven't had a discussion, but I'm curious as to the resources to help us accomplish this work. Thank you.
So for the first question, absolutely. I think once you are able to get the feedback from the Office of Mission Support regarding what our human resources planning efforts look like, that will help you identify what positions we will be needing over time, and the skill sets and not the KSAs that are associated with those positions will help you identify some of the foundational skills that are necessary for us to be able to hire your students. Or to make your students strong candidates. I can't talk like this is a preconceived notion of hiring. And then for charge 3, I would encourage you to work, or for question 3, I would encourage you to work very closely with your DFO, your designated federal officer. Federal advisory committees are empowered under certain circumstances to convene external groups in order to gather information as long as they come through the Federal Advisory Committee, but there are very clear rules on that, and your DFO will be able to advise you on that.
Thanks, Kareem. The one thing that I would add is that while I'm not aware of an EPA having our kind of predetermined list of what are the climate resiliency kind of skills sets that are required, I think that would be a wonderful place to end up. There are some resources out there, including a recently completed climate literacy guide that kind of help point the way as to what some of these skill sets ought to be.
Thank you. Angelina?
I always want to know, just because I'm from a tribal perspective, do you reach out to the National Congress of American Indians? Do you reach out to the National Indian Educators at all?
EPA is a very large agency. I'm assuming we have contact there, but let me contact the Office of Public Affairs and identify whether or not we have an existing channel to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Aubrey?
So I have 2 questions. First, they're both related to charge 1. When the charge is talking about how to ensure that the EPA is working with students who are equipped with foundational knowledge, I know that there's been some work to do some earlier thinking, for example, at the nexus of, for example, medical legal partnerships. So after people have graduated and they're in that space, but now there's more work being done, for example, with the Association of American Medical Colleges, with law schools and interdisciplinary conversations. Is the EPA like a part of those conversations to kind of think about building out those partnerships the same way that there are these multidisciplinary kind of approaches to thinking about how to build that work together? And they're looking at also building out an environmental justice, for example, component. So that's the first question. I don't know if you want me to ask my second question now or wait.
Ask the second.
Okay. Then my second question is around how do we get all parts of the community to work together? And I know that the EPA and other federal agencies have undertaken a fair amount of work of really delving into a more nuanced conversation around what community means, what public engagement means. And so when I see the word community in this sense, I want to get a better sense of what you all mean by the community itself.
Great questions. I think that in order to answer them, I would probably need to take a little bit of time and do some thinking. I don't want to spitball here. Again, piggybacking what Kareem shared earlier, EPA is very large agency, and there's a lot of interesting partnerships happening, within various programs. I just may not know about them. But I think that is a really great question about, what are the ways in which these kind of interdisciplinary partnerships are already happening, on the ground in our regions that are more immediate specific, for example, related to water resilience. I think there are probably a lot of great examples happening as we speak. We just don't have them all, collated in one place. And with regards to communities, I would just invite you to bring your own definition, your own understanding. We want this to be broad and inclusive.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you. My question, and maybe a caution also, stems from 1A-B and then 2B. I'm wondering how you're thinking about institutions, and I'm kind of thinking of the low-hanging fruits, right? There are institutions that have been bombarded with natural disasters. I'm thinking Louisiana and Florida, where they have a continuous, for year after year, been challenged with either hurricanes or well, specifically hurricanes, to be quite frank. Identifying institutions that opportunities to support individual institutions and MSIs as a network of educational institutions, to think about those regions that have been hit by these natural disasters, which is inclusive then of 1A and B when you set programs in these places, because it's not just the institutional community that is hit, but it's also the surrounding communities, right? And then how do you establish programs within that institution, not only to support institutional development for those natural disasters, but also how that can they support the community, the surrounding community. Here's the caution that I would say is that a lot of, and I'm specifically speaking about HBCUs, I don't have intelligence on other MSIs, but a lot of our HBCUs have people come, organizations or agencies come into their community, wanting to research, but not really putting the resources in to fix it, right? So if you want to come in to learn or even see what's going on and understand, be able to say, and this is how I'm also going to help.
Just one comment. The map that we saw earlier on research grants was powerful. This is an area that could actually be helpful where you would identify what you are doing on a map of the United States.
So I'm looking at all of the questions that you have for us to answer. And wondering what amount of contractual support you might be giving this group to answer these questions. The way they're presented to us, the way this looks is not for us to ask you questions except for clarification, but for us to answer your questions. So this would be an enormous project, a huge grant to get all of these questions answered. But I did want to say that, and this is one that really, I'm really interested in. Years ago, they started something called Building Environmental Stewardship, where HBCUs were called together with faculty members from, and it was interdisciplinary, from art to biology or chemistry. And it went through a 3-year program of adjusting and adapting their curriculum at HBCUs to include the basics as it relates to the environment, and environmental justice was also in it. They actually developed a number of environmental justice curriculum with syllabi. So they probably all need to be updated, but I remember it was a huge task over a 3-year period. So I'm looking for the contractual partners that we can use to gather up what's there, because there's no way we can answer these questions, by ourselves. These are research projects on their own. Money's going to a consortium or a university lead or something to answer them. But what I'm saying to you is that we've done some of this work already. Certainly it needs to be updated. But this question has already been answered, and this is across disciplines, trying to get environmental medicine into the medical field where doctors don't get much of that. I think our task is easier at HBCU and minority serving institutions if faculty members are encouraged to include these things in their existing syllabi. That's the approach that was taken back then, and I think it could still work. And the same is true. When you're asking the question of, what resources exist at HBCUs and MSIs to respond to community needs. And so there's a model for that as well. It's where every university has certain departments and they have certain strengths. Some schools have medical schools, others have public health departments, and so on. So when you look at the broad range of HBCUs and you look at tribal communities, you look at what they have, and then you match that with the top environmental justice concerns of communities. Then you're able to do a match by state even, or by region, if it's something that's much broader and no one institution has it. So the work is gathering the information. We can answer the question, and that's what scares me, because that's the work. We need contractual support to get some of this done.
And I actually think you have it for some of the majority serving institutions. So perhaps there is a database somewhere, because it really needs to be inclusive of all of us.
Yeah. Thank you. And as far as support, just continue to work with your DFO, and any support that you need as you're developing these recommendations, the DFO will assist you. Kareem, Adrian, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, Dr. Wright, really appreciate your feedback. We may have been slightly ambitious in the scope of these questions, and we're definitely open to fine tuning. I also understand, I believe you have about 2 years. You can correct me, to do this work. So there is some time, but again, really appreciate the opportunity to hear from you, and we're most open to fine tuning the scope of the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentations and the charge questions to all of our program officers. We're going to now take a short break and return back in about 5 minutes.
Yes, it's actually shorter than identified.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Ace and Caps.
They got the majority serving because I know from the Nichols School that do.
They have, so we need it. Absolutely.
I just,
We've been over.
and I know they got it, because I know I've seen it.
Yeah. Well, they need, so this now is a
So why
chance for
not
them
have
to,
them all?
well, that's exactly right. Yeah. I've been doing capstone, and there was another one called Ace. There were several of them. Yeah.
justice. All three are critical for our communities, for our colleges and universities, and I'm going to say for overall economic prosperity, because I think environmental and all the things we're doing here today directly link to economics one way or another. So think about the subject area you'd like to be in. And if you already know you want to be in research grants, let me know. You can say I'm in. Okay, Mike. All right, we've got 3 here. We've got Gil. We've got our fellow Aggie down there. You're gonna pick on her too, okay? You're gonna pick number 3, climate? Resilience? Can't?
So let's start with one topic at a time.
Okay. Yes, if you would put your yes, you're taking notes, aren't you, Jessica? Thank you, thank you. Let's go back again. For the first one with research grants, working with Dr. Wright. We have Mike, we have Gail, and we have Ben. Okay, great, thank you. Working with Heather on community partnerships. We have Jerry, we have Daryl, we have Angelina, and no, we have Ray. Okay, and Eric. I'm looking around. Okay. Excellent. And then working on climate resilience and environmental justice. I love it. Aubrey, Angelina, and Sharon. The dynamic duo. They're triple, they really are. Okay. What's really nice here, we didn't have to probe you one way or another. Wait a minute, we missed you. Remember, you didn't say. Research, okay. All right, good.
And I did receive a message that Dr. Sawu, who's also vice chair, wants to be on the grants.
Well, he has to chair climate. Okay, he can actually, any of you can actually participate, but he's gonna chair climate resilience. Okay. Yes, he said, okay. All right. All right. At this time, let's see how we're gonna do it. We're going to have right up here, we'll have the research grants, and I'm going to move. And then we're gonna have climate, environmental justice right over here, since that they're all together. And we'll have community partnerships over to the right. Okay, if you would move quickly, it's okay. Your things are fine the way they are. You can take your pad, because those questions, charge questions, and here's some instructions on those. Some of them, the topics had a lot of charge questions. Some didn't, but I'm asking you to take a look at those charge questions. If you agree with them, something we can do, you want to do, you check it and you move on. And because all of this has to be approved. If there is a charge question, for an example that we talked about under climate resilience in our last presentation, there were a lot of questions about the charge questions. Those that you want to take forward, check them. Is this a consensus within your work group? And if you don't agree and you can modify today, modify it. Or if you don't want to deal with it, exit off. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, let's get moving. We don't have much time.
We're going to get started in less than 1 minute.
Okay.
He's going to give us 1 second.
Okay. Thank you so very much. I think we had fun deciding our questions that we would take on. I can't thank you enough for getting in your groups and engaging. And I think several meetings are already underway planning for the work groups to get together. So I couldn't ask for better. So thank you, thank you. Your revised questions and the questions you want to take, we need to get them approved. So I'm going to ask, where is it, Dr. Reitman? Maybe I'll start with the climate resiliency. Okay, we need to hear your questions and they need to get approved. Oh, okay, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, representing the Climate and Resiliency Group. So we modified the questions quite a bit.
That's okay.
And we hope that we captured the intent of what the EPA group wanted. So number one, what are the challenges and opportunities related to climate resilience and environmental justice for our nation's historically excluded communities that EPA should be held accountable for? So that's number one. Number two, How can EPA improve their climate resiliency strategies and tactics based on the knowledge and expertise at HBCUs, tribal colleges, and MSIs? Number 3, how can EPA improve their EJ strategies and tactics based on the knowledge and expertise at HBCUs, tribal colleges, and MSIs? But we wanted to make one other point. It's not a question, but these questions rely on, as many of them said, us gathering information and asking people in these marginalized communities at these institutions that have lesser resources to provide information to help EPA. What are we committing to give back to them? Is there something we can offer upfront so that this is a bi-directional partnership?
That's another question. Okay. You have heard the revised questions. Does the committee, the council agree on the revised questions? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, excellent. We are approving, otherwise I could go through a motion, official motion.
Let's get official.
Okay. Is that a motion coming from the committee?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Second. All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Now, work group community partnerships. Heather.
Okay, so we took the, oh, sorry, forgot. Okay, so we took the questions and changed them up a bit. So for the first question, and this was the question 1 in the packet as opposed to question 2 on our sheet or something. So we were going to say, how can EPA increase the number of applicants from HBCUs, MSIs, in positions across the agency? And we wanted to be very, very cognizant of the fact that we were taking out the words STEM because we didn't want it to be exclusionary. We wanted it to be all positions, and we wanted to open up the possibility for students from other majors who might end up in careers across EPA. And then we pulled out the internship part of that question separately, made it a new question. How can EPA increase high impact practices at MSIs and HBCUs? Essentially, again, making it a bit broader than just the traditional internship to have lots of different opportunities in partnership with our universities. And then third question was identify strategies to increase capacity with HBCUs and MSIs, but taking out the grant writing, because what our thought is we want to create a space for faculty and staff of universities to get some training from EPA and resources from EPA so that they can create maybe some kind of certification course that would allow students to have the skill set to go work for EPA. And then the last question, C, we kind of didn't feel that was really the question. We thought that was more how we would go about doing some of these things. So we were looking at that as sort of an overarching methodology as opposed to a question. So we were going to take that one out and just look at it as like through these MOUs and things like that, that would help us get some of these practices in place. So that's what we came up with.
Okay. Questions from the community partnerships? That coming from the committee? Removing it from the committee?
Yeah, this was our unified voice.
Oh. So that's a motion.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second on the motion?
I'm making a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelina. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And for the last one, a research grants is topic 1. We are going to, okay, Mike.
Okay, we've got some notes too. So we appreciated these, the charge, and essentially we want to adopt essentially the first two, A and B, but reverse the order where B goes first, but also revise it, to make sure that it actually says here, the agency aims to increase HBCU and MSI engagement, in grants and then in grants and funding, and remove removing the STAR grant. So it's not just limiting to STAR grants, but overall grants and funding, and ensuring that we add HBCU in the language in here, because it doesn't include it. It just says MSI. And of course, the sub questions apply, and then include also draft question A here. I'm not going to read it; it's very long, but also that one stands, and we're working to adopt that. And then for question C here, also really long, so I'm not going to read it. But it seems like our counterpart group partnerships already adopted it in their charge, and so we're happy to have them take it on.
Great. That's teamwork. Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, excellent.
Was that, and then we
Excellent.
is there anything?
Okay, there's,
I think that was it.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
excellent,
Thank you.
excellent. Okay. Is that coming from your committee,
That's coming from the committee.
your motion?
The
Okay.
motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, thank you. We are right at time. I love it. Love being on time. 1 minute, yeah.
Thank you, Hilda and the council, for your thoughtful discussion. I look forward to working with you as we move these items you discussed forward. Now we will proceed to the portion of the meeting where we will hear public comment. Prior to the meeting, members of the public had the opportunity to register to provide public comment during today's meeting. Those who have registered and are in attendance virtually and in person, your remarks will be limited to 2 minutes. Due to time constraints with the full agenda, during the public comment period, the HBCU MSI members and EPA will be in listening mode only. We will not be able to answer questions directly. For those that did not register to provide public comment today, but wish to do so, we ask that you please submit your comment in writing in a written form via email to hbcu-msi.ac@epa.gov, no later than December 5th. The public comment will now be facilitated by Mr. Kurd Ali.
Thank you, Rhonda. Good afternoon, everyone. For public comments, just a gentle reminder that we have 2 minutes per commenter, and then we will move on to the next one. We will begin with the in-person commenters and then the virtual participants. I'm going to call the first 3 that I have on my list. Alani Arnold, Almeda Cooper, and Kelly Hudson. Come on. Go ahead.
My name is Almeda Cooper. I've had the privilege of attending Spelman College as a student and formerly serving as the general counsel of Meharry Medical College and Morehouse School of Medicine. Today, I'm here as the National Manager for Health Equity for Moms Clean Air Force. It's a national organization of 1.5 million moms, dads, and caregivers, and we are advocates for clean air and children's health, especially for those who are the most vulnerable among us. Black mothers and infants bear the brunt of extreme weather and environmental toxicities, with devastating impacts on maternal and infant health. The climate crisis only serves to compound longstanding racial health disparities. Black families are more likely to live in areas exposed to harmful air pollution, industrial toxins, and climate-driven disasters. Also, exposure to air pollutants such as fine particulate matter pollution significantly increases the risk of adverse birth outcomes such as preterm birth and low birth weight, conditions that disproportionately affect Black families. Historically, Black colleges and universities are uniquely positioned to play a key role in addressing the intersecting crises of environmental and health injustice because of their focus on the social determinants of health in their communities. Many HBCUs are located in communities most impacted by these inequities and have been at the forefront of culturally sensitive, community-centered research. Their programs and research centered in public health and environmental science are rich in expertise, data, and culturally informed approaches, lending these institutions legitimacy and standing in the public and political arenas. They are powerful advocates for change and innovation in tackling systemic factors such as air pollution and exposure to toxins that drive maternal health disparities. These issues are real and are impacting Black and brown people at an alarmingly disproportionate rate. The need to increase the awareness of the relationship between health and the disproportionate impact of climate stressors upon people of color is undeniable. The role of HBCUs in establishing trust relationships and engaging in research and community outreach is both timely and necessary. The time for action is now. In closing, we are asking HBCUs to continue to serve as leaders in education, research, healthcare, and advocacy in ameliorating the adverse impacts of air pollution and climate change on Black communities throughout partnerships with allied organizations such as Moms Clean Air Force, who are committed to environmental justice and maternal health. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the docket today.
Do we have Alina Arnold or Kelly Hudson here? Our next three in person are Tyreek McKee, Elsa Engelstein, and John Moyer.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you so much for putting on this great event. My name is Tyreek McKee. I'm a proud HBCU graduate of the illustrious Virginia State University. I recently just graduated in May of 2023, and my comments is that I feel like Gen Z leaders, both within HBCUs and MSF. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm like really nervous. And beyond must secure a meaningful seat at the table in decision-making processes to ensure our voices shape environmental policies and solutions that directly impact the communities we represent. Our representation is crucial because we are bringing a fresh perspective to the challenges of today and tomorrow, particularly the escalating climate crisis that disproportionately affects marginalized community, including those served by HBCUs and MSIs. By having a seat at the table, we can advocate for innovative, community-driven solutions and ensure that policy decisions are equitable and inclusive. Our lived experience, coupled with our awareness for social and environment injustice, position us to lead conversation that prioritize sustainability and justice. Representation matters because it bridges the gap between communities that have historically been excluded from these discussions and the leaders making impactful decisions. As the generation that will inherit these challenges, we must ensure that our voices are not just heard, but acted upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyreek. Our next two commenters on the list are Charles Parker and Carla Walker Miller. Okay, so then we are going to the virtual, and I only have two online. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, come on. What you mean?
Elsa. Greetings, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. My name is Elsa Mengistu. I'm a recent graduate of Howard University, where I was really involved in my community. While in undergrad, I was the founding member of Generation Green. Generation Green is a national nonprofit focused on fortifying Black youth climate leadership throughout the diaspora. All of our founders were HBCU students at the time, which was instrumental to the work that we were doing. Before that, I was one of the core organizers for the Global Climate Youth March hosted in 2018 in 25 cities across the globe. Our mission at the time, and still my personal mission, is to highlight the need for an intersectional and intergenerational solution to the growing climate crisis while centering youth voices in this global conversation. Currently, I serve as the program director at Black Girl Environmentalist. We are a national nonprofit focused on addressing the retention and pathway issues that specifically impact Black women, girls, and gender expansive folk. Black women, we have some of the lowest retention rates within the climate sector due to a myriad of issues. And so one thing that we have been able to do in this last year is create the first ever Gen Z designed paid fellowship and internship pipeline program, hosting 14 women across the country. And we also just wrapped up our first ever HBCU and community college priority mentorship program. And the reason I bring this up is because every team that I have worked on has been designed, led by, and operated by Gen Z. And so when the EPA announced that they would be creating the first ever HBCU and MSY advisory council, I was ecstatic. HBCUs are undoubtedly our first line of defense when it comes to the climate crisis. Its current students are the ones who are first and foremost impacted by this crisis, meaning things like environmental injustice uniquely face our young people, and young people are the ones who are on the forefront of this fight towards climate equity and resilience. So it's very critical that young people are included in all elements of decision-making and outreach when it comes to climate progress. Much of my job and passion is around creating entry points for early career young people within the climate sector. What has been interesting to me is that there is a surplus of young people who are interested in green and sustainable jobs. However, the data shows that Gen Z is being left behind when it comes to green skills. I can imagine that gap is also widening for HBCU and MSI students. And so that is where our HBCUs and councils like this can redirect its energy to empower the next generation of workers and building a robust green economy. Seeing as there are no young people or current undergraduate students on this council, how does the council plan on effectively engaging and including and collaborating with young people and HBCU students in an effort? And how can young people engage with the council? Thank you, guys.
Our next commenter is Kimberly Allen. Kimberly, are you online? Can you hear me? Remember to unmute your mic.
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I was listening to the previous commentary, and one of the things I would like to suggest is that really especially environmental justice, especially in cases of inclusiveness, I think it should be across many government agencies, particularly with HUD. I know that it was mentioned previously that climate disasters do affect areas with marginalized communities. And so part of what would need to be done in addressing those needs is ensuring that there can be climate-related shelters to serve those areas. Also, I'm here in Austin, Texas, and I've spoken about it with colleagues before that even though the area where our university, Houston-Tillotson, is located would be considered a gentrified area, that means, of course, that you do have spots within, this area that would be considered, how shall I say, marginalized. So how do you go about addressing marginalized pockets within what would normally be considered a well-to-do area?
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Chris White. Chris, remember to unmute your line.
Thank you. Hi.
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today before this body. My name is Christina White, and I'm an environmental and climate justice advisor and political consultant. I'm the co-founder of an environmental justice organization founded in the wake of the Flint water crisis, formerly Black Millennials for Flint, now Young, Gifted, and Green, specifically founded to eradicate lead and empower Black and Latin communities. I'm the C4 president of Our Climate, a youth-centered climate and environmental advocacy organization, and a former board member of trustees of the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation, and lastly, an alumna of Howard University. I'm here today to first show unyielding support for this
Can you
council.
slow down just a bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm here today to first show unyielding support for this council in their efforts as they undertake one of the most important missions to fully engage Black HBCU students in academia. And second, to advocate for an environmental justice corps that focuses on, much like the climate corps, that focuses on research in climate and health policy by engaging HBCU students in the communities that they live in and or attend college in to take up the critical work of identifying gap areas in existing policies to close the equity gap in existing legislation to better serve disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next commenter, which is the last one we have online, is Geraldine Young. Geraldine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. I'm Dr. Geraldine Q. Young. I'm a doctor of nursing practice, and I'm the founder and president of J.R. Young Health Equity Institute, which is a nonprofit and charity that's been newly formed in the Mississippi Delta. And we're focusing on the status of MSI. And our main focus is educational equity and health equity. So I was born and raised in the Mississippi Delta, Greenville, Mississippi. And if you know anything about the Delta, which I think you all clearly know about the Delta, because we do have representation there. Racism has a big time impact on the Mississippi Delta historically, and those effects are still currently impacting us today. There are copious amounts of chronic illnesses impacting the Mississippi Delta communities. And there's also decreased access to proper education and healthcare in some aspects, not all aspects, but in some aspects. I feel that we need resources available to investigate and combat environmental factors that negatively impact the health and well-being of our communities. I think we need to seriously consider the educational and health effects of environmental pollutant, including genetics. And I also think that it's important, if you don't already have a healthcare perspective on board, that we have that available too as well. We need a plan, a good structural plan to combat environmental issues to improve health outcomes. Just some brief examples like lead poisoning, asthma, things of that nature. So I think that's something that we need to focus in on. And I think having the healthcare perspective on board would really be conducive to reaching the goals that you all are trying to.
Thank you very much for your comment. That we're going to take a brief break for about 2 minutes to see if anyone else joins, and then I will hand it back up to Rhonda and Hilda. And for any of the commenters who would like to provide additional comments, they're able to submit those online, and you can find that email address on the EPA website. Rhonda, is there a deadline that has to be submitted by?
Yes, the deadline is December 5th to provide any written comments.
Thank you, Rhonda. Okay, so I'm going to hand it back off to Hilda and Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll proceed with the agenda. 30 seconds. Thank you, Kurt, Mr. Ali. I want to thank all the commenters, both of those that were speaking in person and virtually. Thank you for your comments. I also want to thank Administrator Regan for his service and commitment to HBCU MSIs. I also want to thank the council members for your commitment and dedication to provide EPA with recommendations to the charge questions you received today. I know the council members are excited and ready to not only provide the administrator with their advice and recommendations, but to make a lasting impact on the work of this agency. A few housekeeping reminders. The public comment period for written comments will remain open until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 5th, 2024. The agenda and meeting material will be made available on the HBCU MSI's website and in the public docket in the coming days. Additionally, minutes of this meeting will be prepared. The minutes will include a description of the matters discussed and the conclusions reached by the HBCU MSI members. The minutes and the recording of this meeting will be made available through the HBCU MSI website in the coming weeks. The next meeting is scheduled for early 2025. A notice of the exact dates and times will be issued in the Federal Register and posted on the HBCU MSI website. Again, thank you for joining us during today's HBCU MSI meeting. For our closing remarks today, I would like to welcome and introduce to you EPA's Acting Deputy Administrator, Jane Nishida.
Thank you, Rhonda. It's a pleasure to meet everyone, and you're very efficient. I understand you were able to conclude your work. I know it's been a productive meeting, but obviously a very efficient meeting. So again, I'm very happy to be here. And as Rhonda mentioned, I am serving now as the Acting Deputy Administrator. And I'm very excited to be here today to give you closing remarks. I know that throughout the day, you've been hearing from a lot of officials here at EPA, most notably, obviously, our boss, Administrator Regan. And I know I talked with him earlier today, and he was very much looking forward to meeting with you and to talk about the importance that he has placed in terms of his commitment to addressing the needs of underserved communities and meeting with representatives who work and who serve underserved communities. And one of those organizations is obviously the universities and that you represent. And so thank you again for your commitment, for your service to EPA, and most importantly, to the communities that we all care about. As a member myself of one of those communities, I'm happy to be here and to see the diversity and the richness that you provide. I look forward to hearing more about your discussions, looking at the recommendations that you will have. And again, thank you for taking time from what I know is already a busy schedule that you have in terms of your commitments to your universities or to your think tanks and to other nonprofits and businesses that you represent, that you have shown by serving on our council your undying commitment and your dedication to serving the needs. So we need your perspective. We need your leadership. We need your commitment. We need your passion in order to be able to help us better serve our communities. We have worked, as you have heard, throughout the day in a number of ways. Obviously, the highest level is the administrator's commitment to ensuring that we have the voices of all communities, particularly minority communities, have a seat at the table. And included in that are critical voices like yourselves, the institutions for higher education. And we are working very closely in partnerships with HBCUs, with tribal colleges and universities, with Hispanic serving institutions, for Asian American serving institutions, to not only represent the communities, but to represent not only the future leaders, but we believe in terms of some of the work that we're doing with youth, that they are our current leaders as well. And we have been looking at this from a multi-sector perspective. As you have heard from our Office of Mission Support, we are actively building partnership with HBCUs and with other minority serving institutions and trying to have them be hopefully future EPA employees and future leaders, hopefully sitting in my chair one day. And you've also heard from our Office of Research and Development that we're also supporting research opportunities and grant opportunities to help work and to advance critical, important science and research and to build the capacity of institutions like yourselves. And you've also heard from our Office of Policy in terms of EPA's efforts towards building climate resilience and environmental justice initiatives with communities and with institutions like yourselves. And we know that more needs to be done, and that we know that you provide some of the answers and inspiration to us in terms of that work that needs to be done in the future. So this is just the first start of that journey. And again, thank you for agreeing to come along with us on the journey and to guide us through the journey. The work that you're doing is going to be fundamental, and as I mentioned, is going to inspire, I think, the youth that we both all want to serve. And we look forward to learning from you, getting your ideas, and to build on the recommendations that you are going to provide the agencies as we collectively try to ensure that all communities in the United States are having equal access to a healthier, cleaner, and more equitable lifestyle and environment. And we cannot do this without you. And so again, thank you for your dedication, your commitment, and we look forward to working with you, to again being inspired by you, and to be receiving your innovations and hopefully helping us do our job better here at EPA and the U.S. government. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Administrator Nishida. I am now adjourning this Historically Black Colleges and Universities and Minority Serving Institutions Advisory Council meeting. Thank you all.